Good morning. It is Wednesday, the 23rd of June, the day a lot of us been anticipating. The day is finally here, what we call Decision Day in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. A lot of you already out in the polls getting your ballots, well, not counted yet, but you're getting your ballots in there. And we're going to be carrying with you all, well, I shouldn't say all through the day, but as much as we can, because you know it's going to be a hectic day for us all, because I know some of you, you're looking for information after you would have cast your ballots and returned back at home, and your anticipations are going to be very high. So we're going to keep you company as much as we can, share with you some of the experiences with our reporters out in the field, who is going to give us a little insight as to what's happening in their neck of the woods, and other things that, you know, we're going to be chit-chatting today. You know, we're going to be reflecting on the elections of 2018, and I'm sharing with you some added information in terms of security, getting you up to date with what's going on at the polling divisions, etc. Remember, today is the day where you cannot consume or sell alcohol until 5 p.m. The polling stations open at 6 o'clock this morning and will close at 5. So you have to make sure you schedule yourself accordingly. Right? In the meantime, we have a guest with us this morning. He is no stranger. We just want to crunch the figures a little bit, kind of review 2018. Some of the seats that we probably think would be, you know, of interest, so on and so forth. Kellon Bubb, Dr. Kellon Bubb is with us this morning. Good morning to you, Kellon.
Holiday. It would last 3 months.
Good morning, Keyshawn, and good morning to your viewers there at MTV.
Okay, so it's good to have you with us this morning. I'm sure you're probably going to be anticipating the outcome later on, like everyone else on the spice aisle. But we want to look back at some of the figures. While we could say that, okay, we're actually awaiting the Prime Minister who's going to be casting his ballot anytime from now. So we're just waiting to get that link. But in the meantime, we want to look back at some of the figures from 2018. There are some new candidates. There probably would be some surprising constituencies. Tell us, in terms of when you're doing your maths and when you review, what are some of the seats that you think one should be keeping a close eye on?
So I think in this election cycle, the national community should focus on the 2 seats in St. Patrick. You do have what some are saying is a 3-way race in both St. Patrick East and West, which can have the potential of causing some vote splitting there. The St. George's South constituency, I believe, is a constituency that we should also look to. Now, the NNP was able in 2018 to win that St. George's South East South seat by a significant margin in the last election. But I believe in this cycle, you've had an exponential increase in the amount of registrants in that constituency. Now, the question is, well, these voters, these new voters who registered in the South St. George constituency, were they registered by the NDC in the last 6 months? And would these voters be sufficient enough to create a competitive force for the NDC to take over that NNP firewall that's in the South? Now, the South is also the biggest polling division, the biggest constituency in the country by numbers. We're talking about just over 9,000 voters in that very densely populated constituency in Grenada, as well as in St. David. Those 2 constituencies are the biggest constituencies in the country. Now, the question is, I believe, yes, those 2 constituencies can be representative of what might happen in the rest of the country, because these population segments, I believe, really are a representative sample of the rest of Grenada. So the South constituency, I think it's a constituency we should be keeping a close eye on. In addition to St. David's, of course, now, Adrian Persuader Thomas in 2018 came very close to winning that constituency. But now the dynamic has changed because, of course, the political leader of the NDC is a new political leader. He's bringing some novelty to the fore. And normally, whenever you have political leaders that are novelties, in the way that the NDC was a novelty in 2003, that might predict what the outcome would be in the St. David constituency. So I'm looking at the St. David constituency. I'm also looking at the St. Andrew Southwest constituency as well, now to see what would happen there in the Yulon Bain Lennox Andrews matchup, in addition to Tevin Andrews in Carriacou and Petit Martinique versus Kindra Maturin Stewart. That was also a marginal seat, if you will, in the last election, in addition to the St. George Northeast constituency, which was also a marginal seat in the last election. Of course, the NNP won that seat convincingly the last time, but it was also a close race there. So those are the areas, those are the seats I would be looking for as key seats that can be part of a potential path to victory for the National Democratic Congress.
Okay, and I know you mentioned the word margins.
Yeah.
How important is margins? Because when we look at 2018, we would have noticed that the NNP their margin was by 10,543.
Correct.
How important is the margins, particularly in these elections? You might have a margin, it could be narrowed in based on the new registrations.
Yes.
But how important is the margin?
Well, it is critical. And what the political parties have to do, especially the National Democratic Congress, is to really have a very efficient ground game today. They have to have a very efficient get out the vote operation so that they can get their voters out. Now, part of that equation, to my mind, would also be getting that 20,000 voters, because remember in the last election, just over 20,000 Grenadians did not vote. Now, the question is, who are these people? Are these people disaffected NDC supporters who just sat the last election out because they were not satisfied or not pleased with the NDC leadership under Mr. Nazem Burke, or the choice of candidates that NDC selected? Now, were these 20,000 voters NNP voters who also sat the last election out, that said, well, you know, the NNP is going to win the election anyway, why do I need to vote? In addition to, as I said before, these new entrants that the NDC was able to get registered over the last 6 months. NDC, remember, had an aggressive registration drive, a nationwide registration drive. Yeah. So again, in those constituencies I mentioned, in addition to all of the other constituencies, quite frankly, are they able to identify a lot of these voters? Have they been able to identify these voters who form part of that 20,000, in addition to these newly registered voters, in addition to voters who were disaffected by the new National Party and who are now supporting the NDC? Now, to the extent that that is a significant voting bloc, I think the jury is still out on that disaffected NNP voting bloc to see how many of those NNP defectors would in fact make a difference in those constituencies. But crucially, canvassing, and this is where canvassing is important. You have to know who your voters are. You have to know how they are placed to vote for you. And now that you have your canvassing data in place, it now becomes crucial for you to be able to get those voters out of the doors and in front of the polling stations and voting.
Okay, and you have a lot of people who would focus on loyalty for party. How important is the youth in this general election?
Well, I think the youth vote is always important, given right now the youth vote, I think, is a default vote in the country, because Grenada's voting population is a very youthful population. Grenada's population in general is a very youthful population. So that this youthful demographic that you speak of, and we're talking about people under the age of 35, is now a significant voting bloc in the country. I think it's a default voting bloc in the country, and it will be very important to look at the youth voting behavior. I just wish there was some exit polling in Grenada to determine among the youthful population who they voted for in the various constituencies, and whether or not the Deacon Mitchell factor played a role in determining how they voted as well. Of course, the new National Party is also touting their youth credentials, because they do have some youthful candidates, if you will, and they do have a lot of programs that are targeted towards youth. Now, to the extent that these people who are part of, for example, the Imani programs, the Empower programs, and things like that, would vote for the NNP based on loyalty, I believe that would be a factor. But there would be some disaffected voters as well among that youthful population who might not necessarily be satisfied with the performance of the NNP. So again, the tea leaves on that, I think, when we are thinking about youth, I think they would assist that swing to happen in either direction, whether it's a swing in favor of the NDC or a swing against the NNP. So we will see how that will play out.
Okay, I'm sure you've been following the various campaigns over the last couple of weeks. You've been getting a feel from people on the ground here in Grenada. If we were to do the balancing act between continuity, some people would say, well, you know what, I'm going to go out and support the NNP because I want them to continue, opposed to what we call the newness, to give the National Democratic Congress a chance to bring forward. What are the feeling have you been getting on the ground from the populace in the last couple of weeks leading up to today?
Well, I think it's a very robust debate. That idea that the safer hands narrative, for the Prime Minister and the NDC's transformational change that Mr. Deacon Mitchell is promising to bring to the national community. I think it made for a very vigorous debate amongst the national community in the way that both parties attempted to articulate their views. And I think what Mr. Mitchell has brought, that's Deacon Mitchell, what he has brought is that sense of vigor to the debate. I think it has also, in many respects, brought a sort of a new life and vigor in the way that the Prime Minister articulates the issues on the election campaign. So I think it's all good for democracy. I believe that the Grenadian populace is very energetic about both candidates. I think also the NDC, as I said before, has been able to attract these new people into its ranks, which can potentially expand its base. And you spoke about loyalty earlier. Now, I think obviously the NNP would have their base. The burden is not on them, in my view, as much as it is on the National Democratic Congress to be able to expand their base and to be able to convince sufficient segments of the population that Deacon Mitchell and his team would be a viable alternative, irrespective of what the NNP says about them being an untried and untested group of people who are not experienced to be in the hands, to be at the wheel in managing the affairs of Grenada, especially at a time when Grenada is confronting a lot of these crises that the international community is confronting with respect to inflation, with respect to high gas prices, with respect to the supply chain crisis, with respect to the food security crisis that we're seeing as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war. I think the NNP's argument that they are most capable of managing Grenada through that crisis is a message that can resonate. But at the same time, you have to bear in mind that people also tend to like newness. People always want to give people who are new the opportunity to make a difference. So at the end of the day, Grenadians would have to decide whether or not they want to continue the trajectory of governance that they've seen for the last 10 years. Are they really fed up with that trajectory of governance? Or do they really want to give, especially those voters who did not vote in the last election, do they really want to give Mr. Deacon Mitchell and his team a crack at the whip at the Botanical Gardens?
Okay, so we'll continue the discussion in a short while. We're going to listen to one of our reporters from Carriacou to get an insight as to what's happening there. So we'll come back to you in a short bit.
Okay.
who's going to give us an update as to what the situation is over on the Sister Isle. Good morning to you, Raul. Good morning. Raul, you hearing me?
Morning. Because the phone call in twice, not today, but before today. Yeah, I wanted to express my condolences to you pertaining to the loss of your dad. Well, I don't know how close he was to you, but nevertheless, he's your father. So, I really want to express my condolences to you on his passing. And I wish you strength during this time. It should never be an easy time. Sorry for someone who loses someone. I too lost my father. So I can identify somewhat. All right. But you take care, man. Oh, and I also was able to look at the program, the one that called the contention with the people. And
all right, we'll continue the discussion.
They got some hard questions.
We're back with you. You're hearing me?
I find
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we'll continue with the discussion. I want to ask you this question. We've been through it all. A lot of us, well, not me per se, but have been on the campaign trail. There must have been some sticking points that came out of this election cycle. If you were to point to some of the sticking points that came out on either side of the fence or both ways, or just in general, what do you think some of the sticking points would have been in this cycle?
I believe the pension issue stood out to me as one of the major talking points. With commitments to pay pensions, now obviously both parties are committing to pay pensions to the public servants. They are constitutionally owed their pensions. I believe the difference is just the approach to what the payments would look like. The new National Party is seeming to suggest sort of an incremental approach to payments, whereas Deacon Mitchell is saying that, and the NDC is saying, well, look, the court made its decision, and all we need to do is to sign these checks and to pay these people. Yeah. So I believe that was one point that stood out for me. The second point that stood out was the notion of contract labor. It is an issue that the unions raised in this election as well. Both parties, of course, address this issue, at least on the side of the National Democratic Congress. Their view is that workers in the public service need to be regularized at carte blanche. You're just going to regularize all these workers such that you provide them with job security, because with job security comes their ability to access financing for loans, for doing different things. Whereas the NNP's approach is that, look, we just can't regularize everybody in the service because you do have different types of contract work in the system. And so regularizing everybody would be a sort of a burden on the consolidated fund. And so their approach is that there has to be some kind of nuance in how you proceed with regularizing contract workers in the service. And of course, on the part of the union, they have offered the view that contract labor, the conditions under which contract workers work, can engender that spirit of fear. It can engender an environment of intimidation. It can cause people to be silenced. And in many respects, it can hollow out the public service as we know it in terms of the human resource capacity of the public service in that respect. So that was an issue that stood out for me. The other issue that stood out for me was the experience question. Of course, the new National Party has offered the view that the NDC does not have experience. These people on the NDC side, they are not necessarily equipped to lead Grenada and manage the affairs of Grenada because they're just amateurs. Whereas the NDC's approach is that their opponents in the NNP really are just lethargic and they do not have visionary ideas for transforming in Grenada, as Deacon likes to say. So that is another issue that stood out for me. Of course, we have a lot of the side shows that resulted from the Pekong. So the Susu talk was very big with Dr. Mitchell framing Deacon as this litigious attorney who likes to sue people and whatnot. And whereas Deacon has really reframed Susu sort of in the colloquial way that we think about it, right? When you give somebody a hand and somebody else gives you a hand, which can then help to uplift the nation. And the Susu became really a rallying cry for the NDC's base and for segments of the national population. I think another thing that stood out for me really was just how engaging members of the Grenadian expat community was on both sides of the aisle with respect to the amount of expats from the Grenadian diaspora who traveled to Grenada to be part of the electoral process. You had many NDC supporters going down to Grenada to support, and you had many NNP supporters as well going down to support. I think we've seen that in the past, but I believe in this election cycle, we have seen a flourishing of that kind of support from the diaspora. The NDC support groups in the wake of Deacon's election in many North American and European city centers, London, Montreal, Toronto, New York, Florida, a lot of these support groups were activated. They were really activated, and they really coalesced around and galvanized around Deacon Mitchell and the NDC. Of course, the NNP has their traditional base, which is nothing new. And so you do have a lot of folks who went down to Grenada to participate in the electoral process. And that can only be a good thing for the democratic process in Grenada. But those are the things that stood out for me. And of course, it would be remiss if I did not mention healthcare. Healthcare is a major issue. A lot of Grenadians are very dissatisfied with the quality of healthcare service that the country is offering its citizens. And I believe the fact that some government ministers have had to leave the country to seek medical attention abroad, whereas Grenadians who can't afford to do so are relegated to the general hospital, really speaks to sort of a double standard, so a two-tier system of health and wealth. Those who can afford can pay, and those who can't are relegated to substandard service at the hospital. And I believe for a lot of people who supported the New National Party, that is where they sort of lost it. And they said, we can no longer support a party that's not investing and not paying attention to the healthcare infrastructure in the country. The people have expressed concerns, for example, that you're opening a polyclinic a week before the election, that a CT scanner came on stream a couple of weeks ago, but there are difficulties with how that particular CT scanner would be managed. Who are the technicians that would be managing that? What capacity does the hospital have, for example, to provide medication to sick patients? What capacity, for example, does the hospital have to provide diagnostic services at the facility itself without having to go to a private diagnostic center or a private hospital for these diagnostic services? So healthcare was a major sticking point. And I was really surprised that the incumbent did not spend a lot of time really addressing those healthcare concerns, because the NDC was able to do so on their platform.
All right, I'm happy that you mentioned the diaspora, because I was going to ask you about the diaspora influence in this particular election cycle.
Yeah.
You did mention, well, we all noticed that there is a heavy influx of persons from the diaspora who took the opportunity to be at home. You mentioned healthcare, and one might be asking, we know the farmers, and so we're asking, where did agriculture fit in this cycle? Just like you mentioned in health, we didn't really hear much of it being brought forward. And apart from the agriculture, in terms of the both parties' election or campaign strategy, was anything really missing? You did mention the healthcare, but anything else actually was missing, or they lacked that level of attention from the both camps?
Well, I think they with elections tend to take on a life of its own. And so it's very difficult to say what particular issue was missing. I think a lot of the issues that were articulated in the campaign were very contemporary issues and very contemporary concerns to the Grenadian public. You mentioned agriculture. That was a contemporary issue addressed. For example, Mr. Peter David on the platform really spoke to issues of food security and how the new National Party would address concerns of food security. That was there. Of course, the National Democratic Congress's approach is that yes, food security is important, but they want to see sort of a revitalization of the agricultural sector that harkens back to the period of the Grenada Revolution when you had some agro-industrial processing activities taking place into the country. And so the NDC's approach is that they want to really give the citizens, and they want to create policy initiatives that gives the citizens the opportunity to get back into that kind of large-scale agro-processing that we've seen. And of course, the new National Party is saying, well, those policy prescriptions was of a different time. So agriculture and food security, I believe, should have been front and center given what we are confronting in the international community today. We're talking about, as I said before, that supply chain crisis. We're talking about a scarcity of raw material for fertilization of crops and so on. We're talking about expenses related to the scarcity of natural resources, with Grenadians now having to find alternative ways of finding food that would traditionally be imported. And of course, one of the things that I was hoping to see in this election cycle was how both parties would address what is expected to be a looming recession. International economists, international speculators at the World Bank, for example, are predicting that the international community would be plunged into a global recession in the next year. Now, how are both parties preparing for that, preparing the Grenadian community for that? What particular economic prescriptions, what would those economic prescriptions look like so that Grenada can cushion these impacts? We're talking about gas prices is a major issue. Would we continue to be seeing the tax holiday with respect to ensuring that the citizens of the country continue to get relief at the pump? Again, fundamentally, those are bread and butter issues. And I was hoping to see a better articulation of that in the context of how that would affect the national community, especially in the next 2 years. I did not see a 100-day plan. There was no 100-day plan. And of course, both parties, they get a D- for releasing their manifestos literally 2 days before an election, less than a week before an election, which I believe did not give the citizens an opportunity to be properly informed on the issues. Not everybody is on Facebook or social media, and not everybody cares about likes and views. People also care about reading those policy prescriptions in order to make informed decisions.
All right, Keller, we want to say a very special thank you. We hope at some stage during the course of the day, we might be able to touch in with you again.
Yes.
But we want to say a very special thank you for taking the time as per usual to join us on our program.
No problem. Thank you. And all the best to you and your team.
Okay. Just reviewing what has been taking place for this election cycle for the last couple of weeks. It's been what we can say probably a tight one. It was a tiring one. I'm sure the candidates and so on and those involved directly with the elections are saying, you know what, we could breathe a sigh of relief. The day is finally here. But the day has just begun, and we're going to be with you as much as we can. In a short bit, we're going to be making some links with our reporters who are roving out in the field at the various constituency offices and polling divisions. We should be getting in touch with our roving camera personnel who is roving the town of St. George early this morning, so you'll see exactly what's been taking place. But in the meantime, we have Hazel Regis with us. We want to talk about what we call the importance of today. Why is it today so important, especially for those of you who you're going out to cast your vote, your ballot, yes, but today have to be significant. And we want to kind of get a clearer picture as to, why is today so important? Good morning to you, Hazel.
Good morning.
All right. So we want to talk about, the importance of going to the polls. We have probably a huge average of youthful Grenadians. So tell us about the importance of today, and not just today. Today's election day, and 5 years from now, we'll be going through another election cycle. But the importance of today, especially among young people who we want to get to understand, listen, this is not just about going to vote for your political party or your representative, but there must be a deeper meaning into election day.
Well, first of all, thank you all so much and good morning, everyone. When I think of voting, I really think of it as an important decision. It's like getting married, making a commitment. So when we have young people going out to vote, I think it's so important for us to first teach them what it means to vote. What it means to make that important decision in your life, and what it means 10 years from now when you cast your vote. So it is important for young people to understand that this is a lifetime decision. It is a very, very important decision. And that decision is not made just on that day. That decision is made throughout the year as you look at what's going on in our country, as you see the things that are impacting us, whether it's positively or negatively. How do we want to make sure that we get together and learn about the economy, learn about the things in Grenada that is impacting us, whether it's in a good way or in a negative way? How we want to make sure that we're doing those things. So when we do cast our vote, we know that we have made a decision to help in that way. Not only casting our vote, but making sure when we do cast our votes that we are working together to make sure that the things that we say we want happen, and hold the people that are in power accountable for making sure that those things happen. So it is a very, very, very important decision, and it's not one to be taken lightly.
And how important is election education? Because probably every year, every month, every day, things change, our environment change. The election cycle of 2018 cannot be compared to this one. This one seemed to be a very tight one. But in terms of our election education, how important is that in the lead up to an election cycle?
It is definitely important. Before we cast our votes, this is not something that we do a week before. I think this is something that should be ongoing. Once our young people are at age to vote, even before they are at age to vote, we should have ways to engage them in understanding what is the importance of voting, whether it's something we do through our community, whether it's something we're doing at school. I believe in order for our young people to understand the importance of voting and who they're voting for and what they're voting for, that there should be educational classes around this. So this is something that could happen throughout the year, not just before we have an election process.
Okay, the lessons that you probably would have learned from this election cycle as a young individual, and for others who are out there, and they probably say, well, this is just another election, okay, whatever. What are some of the lessons or the takeaways from this election cycle for you as a young individual?
I was really impressed to see the show of all the young people gathering, whether it was to support the specific party. So I was impressed to see the turnout from both parties, but also listening to the young people just really articulating their why behind a particular candidate, and also being very knowledgeable about the things that are happening and also what they would like to see. So I think we're moving in the right direction in terms of making sure that we get them on board, and we also make sure that they are having a platform to speak on what they would like to see in the future, and also the things that have impacted them. So I really and truly would like for us to continue to giving them the platform that they need in order to make those important decisions, because it is important for me, it's important for our children and children to come after that. So again, just making sure they have that platform to articulate what the needs are and to empower them to make sure that they too understand the importance of voting.
After all this is over, what is your expectation moving forward?
I have a lot of expectations. Being a former athlete of Grenada, being involved in what's going on in sports in Grenada, and would like to also be more involved in what's going on in the educational institute in Grenada. I would like to see a lot of things. There are great things that are happening right now, but I think there's more that can be done, specifically for our youths. We are seeing more and more of our youths just crying out for support, crying out for wanting to do better. So how are we making sure that we're empowering them, we're engaging them, and providing them with the resources that they need in order to be their best self? You don't have to leave the country to go abroad to get that. How are we providing it right there in Grenada to keep our youth in Grenada, and to make it a place that we can say, okay, we have done everything that we can to keep our young youths in Grenada to continue to build our country. So I'm expecting a lot in realms of education and also in terms of sports, because those are my two main areas, but I know there are also areas in terms of healthcare, agriculture, and different areas that needs to be addressed as well. So the expectation is high for both parties, and whoever win today, we expect them to definitely come in and lead by example. So again, I just hope that everyone understands that today is very important and everyone should go out there and make sure that they cast their votes, but just not casting your vote, understanding who and what you're casting your vote for.
Okay, we want to say a very special thank you, Hazel, for joining us this morning, and all the best for the remainder of the day and for I could say the rest of the year. We do hope that we see you again very soon and you don't be a stranger to us.
Absolutely not. And thank you all for having me this morning.
All right, no problem. Us this morning with the discussion. This is your election microscope here on MTV and also on Magic FM as well, and on our social media platform, Facebook. We're going to be bringing you all the details that you'd like to know. We're going to be keeping in touch with you for the remainder of the day. We're going to touch in with our reporters shortly. They're also roving out this morning. I know some of you anxious, those of you in the diaspora, you're anxious to see what's happening on the outside, but we should be able to share some footage with you in a short bit. We're going to be linking up with Sherry and Noel shortly as we witness the Prime Minister, or the political leader, we should say, the political leader of the new National Party, who will be going to cast his ballot very soon. In the meantime, remember there are rules governing the elections. Yep, there are certain things that you could and cannot do. So if you have not ventured out yet and you're still at home, you're relaxing a little still, the Royal Grenada Police Force at they had a press conference earlier this week, and they made some announcement as to things that you can do and things that you cannot do. Yep, so we're going to share that with you now, so you can make sure you keep those details with you, so if you're venturing out, you make sure you're safe and you do the right thing. We join the RGPF for the rules and regulations for today.
So firstly, I would like to show you a ballot. So this is what a ballot looks like. There are numbers. The ballot is made up of three components. This side here has numbers. It tells you which the constituency the ballot belongs to. Here, there is a corresponding number at the top here.
The RGPF takes this opportunity to remind every Grenadian that elections are a very important process in our democracy, and as such, it must be taken seriously. We urge all Grenadians to be patriotic and respect the rules that govern the process of election. This day, we wish to remind you of some of the rules, in particular some of the offenses that can be committed in relation to elections. And we start off with the sale or giving of alcohol. Section 82 of the Representation of the People Act makes it an offense for any licensed liquor dealer sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink alcohol, or sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone alcohol, or drink al any intoxicating liquor during the hours that the polls are open on polling day. And of course, the polls are open from 6 a.m., 5 p.m. So between those hours, no intoxicating liquor shall be sold, offered for sale, or given to anyone. Section 83 makes it an offense for an employer to deny any employee adequate time for the purpose of casting their vote on polling. So as such, every employer must allow his employees sufficient time, and that must include time to travel and so forth, for the purpose of casting the vote. And no deductions shall be made from any pay or allowances due to that person as a result of them being absent from duty for the purpose of voting. Section 58 of the Act speaks to who may be present, who may be admitted within the polling station. And it makes provisions that the presiding officer shall keep order at his or her polling stations and shall regulate the number of voters to be admitted at a time, and shall exclude all other persons except his or her assistants, the candidates, and one agent for each candidate, and the constables on duty. So those are the persons that are allowed to be within a polling station at any particular point. Section 86 deals with maintenance of order at polling stations. And it says in subsection 1, subject to the provisions of subsection 2, during the hours when the poll is open upon election day, no person shall assemble or congregate within 100 yards of any building in which is situated any polling station. Subsection 2 says, this section shall not apply to any electors who are waiting to cast their votes at such polling stations and who obey any instruction which may be given by the presiding officer or any member of the police force for the purpose of forming a queue with other electors also waiting, or any person who may honor the provisions of this act lawfully enter or remain. I wish to put a little more emphasis on this one. During the hours when the poll is open, no person shall assemble or congregate within 100 yards of any polling which is situated a polling. 100 yards of any building which is situated any polling station. So the only persons allowed to be within that 100 yards of the polling station are the persons who are employed at the polling station, the persons who the law otherwise allowed to be there, and persons waiting to cast a vote. Section 85. So, the use of loudspeakers, banners, etc. And it prohibits or restricts rather persons from furnishing or supplying any loudspeaker, bunting, ensign, set of colors or flags or any other political paraphernalia to any person with intent that it shall be used as political propaganda on polling day. That section also prohibits the use of any of these items in public on polling day. It means, therefore, that all of the items that we use, that are used as part of the campaign of any candidate or party, banners, the flags, the buntings, etc., those are not allowed to be used on polling day. And in this case, we're referring to the entire day. The law says polling day. Especially within the 100 yards of the polling station. All those items, every item that is a representation of a candidate or a party must be removed. That are hanging, lying, or otherwise present in that area. And in this vein, we are calling on the persons responsible for placing them there to take the responsibility of removing them, at least by midnight on the 22nd of this month. We move on to the use of electronic devices. Section 96G prohibits anyone from using a cellular phone, a digital camera, or other electronic device to record, photograph, or otherwise capture and publish the image of a marked ballot paper on polling day. So if you capture, you take a picture, you take a video, or in any other way capture the image of your ballot paper after you vote it, and you publish it, then you're committing an offense. Section 96A says that subject to subsection 2, no person shall have in his or her possession any electronic device upon entering a polling booth to cast his or her ballot on polling day. Subsection 2 says a person who has an electronic device in his or her possession shall, upon entering the polling station on polling day, hand over the electronic device to the returning officer or his or her designate. It says that after the person has cast his or her ballot, the returning officer or his or her his or her designate shall return the electronic device to the person. So these sections prohibit persons from entering the polling booth, that little private area where you go to cast your vote. You're prohibited from entering that area carrying any electronic device. If for some reason you happen to get there with an electronic device, you're restricted from taking photographs, videos, or in any form capturing the image of that ballot paper and publishing it. And all of these constitute offense. Thank you very much.
All right, so those were some of the rules as stipulated by the Royal Grenada Police Force. So you know when you're heading out to your polling station, you know what you have to do. So you know if you have on your little wristbands with your party name, you have to leave that at home. No party paraphernalias, you know. And if you would have had any markings within the 100 yards, well, by now that should have been removed or covered up. Remember, you cannot consume or sell any alcohol between the hours of 6 a.m. to 5. So, you know, we want to make sure that we keep it clean. We don't want anybody to get in problems with the law. You go, you do what you got to do, and you go back home or you go back to your respective location or your jobs or whatever, and you anticipate the results. The Parliamentary Elections Office did indicate that the results are going to be in quick time. So, you know, in less than no time, we should know exactly who the successful party was, right? In the meantime, we're going to go to the Parliamentary Elections Office this week as well. They also gave some demonstration in terms of the boxes, the type of paper, and all the stuff that you need to know, certain things that happens behind the scenes, those of you who are already in the polling stations and those of you who are making your way there, or those of you that will be going there sometime during the course of the day before 5, you will have a greater appreciation and idea as to what happens in preparation for Election Day. We cross over to the Parliamentary Elections Office to get an insight into their operations.
So firstly, I would like to show you a ballot. So this is what a ballot looks like. There are numbers. The ballot is made up of 3 components. This side here has numbers. It tells you which the constituency the ballot belongs to. Here, there is a corresponding number at the top here. And persons might be concerned, so the presiding officer makes his initial here, but there is also a number. So right here you're seeing that number, which corresponds to this number here. This portion of the ballot here remains in the ballot book, so it is torn off along this line. The ballot is folded from bottom to the top, from the bottom to the top. However, there is a writing here and a line that says do not fold beyond this line. So up to the point where the voter goes into the ballot booth to make his mark, he has the ballot folded. I'm going to fold it. The concern is with some persons whether or not you can tell who the ballot or for whom someone would have voted. It says do not fold beyond this line. So you get your ballot like this to go to the ballot booth. At the top, your number is still here. So you make your mark, it's folded and it's returned to the presiding officer in this fashion. Why? Because the presiding officer has to see his initials here to ensure that this is a ballot that was given to you by him. Once this is done, even at that point, there's a corresponding number here that's written in the poll book to know here's what I gave John Doe, ballot number 0056. So at this point, we can still know that this ballot belongs to John Doe. However, no one knows for whom he has voted.
All right, so that was just a little demonstration there for you as to what are some of the things that you should be doing. They will give you the instructions when you get at the polling booth. Yeah, I did my due already, yeah, so I can tell you the procedures and processes is very flawless and smooth, so you just got to go and follow the instructions. But just for by way of information, let me let you know that the public is hereby notified of the changes in location of polling stations to be used in the various constituencies for today. Please note that some changes have been made in order to adequately accommodate the electorate and especially persons with disabilities. We have listened to your complaints and we thank you for your understanding. There are no changes in the following constituencies: Carriacou and Petit Martinique, St. Andrew Southwest, St. Andrew Northwest, St. George Northeast, St. George Southeast, and St. Patrick's East. Right, so the changes here are in St. Andrew Southeast, polling division B01, which was St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, will now be at the Telescope Primary School. Right, so in St. Andrew Southeast, the polling division B01, which was at the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, will now be at the Telescope Primary School. Polling division B10 or B10, which was at the Hansel Japal's residence, will now be at Mamacan Community Center. So that's polling division B10 or B10, which was at the Hansel Japal's residence, will now be at the Mamacan Community Center. And that is the changes for St. Andrew Southeast. In St. Andrew Northeast, polling division DO3, formerly at Pearls Community Center, will now be situated at the Grenada Christian Academy. So that in St. Andrew Northeast, polling division DO3, which was formerly Pearls Community Center, will now be situated at the Grenada Christian Academy. In St. David, FO1, that is polling division FO1, previously located at Pedmata Health Center, is now located at the Communal Credit Union building in Pedmata, St. David. So that is the change for St. David. The polling division FO1, previously located at Pedmata Health Center, is now located at the Communal Credit Union building in Pedmata in St. David. For the town of St. George, the change, polling division G05, which was St. Joseph's Convent on Church Street, will now be at Norton Hall on Church Street. So for the town of St. George, the change, polling division G05, which was at the St. Joseph Convent on Church Street, will now be at Norton Hall in Church Street. Then we move to the change in St. George Northwest, polling division J02, which was located at Lacroix Building, Grand Mall, will now be at Pier 57 Restaurant in Grand Mall. And that's for St. George Northwest, polling division J02, which was located at Lacroix Building, Grand Mall, will now be at Pier 57 Restaurant in Grand Mall. For the change for St. George's South, persons who voted at the Sandino Block Pant, and that's for polling division L07, will now vote at the Blessed Sacrament RC School. For St. George's South, persons who voted at the Sandino Block Pant, L07, polling division L07, will now vote at the Blessed Sacrament RC School. For the change in St. John, polling division M07, formerly a Cocoa Grove Community Center, is now located at Florida Government School. So the change for St. John, polling division M07, formerly at the Cocoa Grove Community Center, is now located at Florida Government School. We move to the change in St. Mark, polling division N02, which was located at Victoria Hotel, will now be at the Victoria Child Development Center. The change for St. Mark, polling division M07, formerly a Cocoa Grove Community Center, will now be at the Florida Government School. The change for St. Patrick West, persons registered in polling division R05, McDonald College, that is McDonald Secondary School, will now vote at the St. Patrick RC School. That is for St. Mark. The changes for St. Mark, polling division N03, which was located at Victoria Hotel, will now be at the Victoria Child Development Center. And those were the changes for St. Mark. We move to St. Patrick West. Persons register in polling division R05, well, I just repeated that. So that is St. Patrick West. So the persons registered in polling division R05 who would have registered for the McDonald Secondary School would now vote at the St. Patrick RC School. And the Parliamentary Elections Office wishes to again thank you for your understanding and trust that the changes made will enhance the service that they provide. So these were the changes for the following constituencies, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Well, not Carriacou and Petit Martinique, St. Andrew Southeast, St. Andrew Northeast, St. David, the town of St. George Northwest, St. George South, St. John, St. Mark, and St. Patrick West. A little later on this morning, we will recap those for you in terms of the changes. So just in case you're wondering, any changes to the area to which you would have cast your ballot? Well, these were some of the changes. All right. In the meantime, remember, if you're venturing out, if you're COVID positive, remember the Parliamentary Election Office, you indicated that you have to go to the presiding officer, you make yourself known, you indicate your positive status, and they will accommodate you in quick order so that you can leave. Remember, you have to wear your mask. There is no mask mandate, but if you want to be on the safe side, you can wear your mask. This morning, of course, I noticed some of the electorates, they would have been, they wear their masks and so on and so forth. They had their priority lines for persons who are with the elderly and so on. So things was pretty okay this morning. We will be hearing from a reporter shortly. We're also going to be witnessing the casting of his ballot, the political leader for the New National Party. And also we're going to be zeroing in with our reporter, Tonya St. Louis Lawrence, who is dispatched to St. David. She's going to be giving us what's happening there as well. We should be zeroing in with Donella Hosting, who is also dispatched to the south of the island. And we have Oslin Crosby, who is journeying to St. Mark's. So we have you covered today We should be checking in with Raul Patterson over in Carriacou in a short bit. But in the meantime, we just share all the information we can share with you. We have our roving reporter, Nikita, hosting, who is busy collating our videos and interviews for the morning. We will be sharing that with you in a short while. So we want you to stay with us. We're also live on Magic FM, and also those of you on Facebook, we say good morning to you. Those of you heading out to cast your ballots, well, we hope you do so safely. And remember, keep it safe. We want to see you tomorrow, the next day, and a little later. We don't want to have to hear and report on you. So we want you to keep things safe and quiet. Right, so we're going to go to our first interview as collated by our roving reporter Nikita. She's been traversing the town of St. George earlier today, so we see what Nikita picked up on the ground early this morning.
Well, it was fairly lengthy, I find. People had a little delay, but I think they picked the momentum up now because people understand what they had to do and they're going about the process quicker now. I came out about 6. I voted every single time since I was able to vote, so I didn't have a problem.
Hi, good morning. My name is Zoya Cobb. It's my first time voting and it went well. I'm excited and I'm happy that I went out and vote. So, yeah. I came out around 5. Yeah, so.
Yes, the turnout so far has been very large in some polling divisions, particularly the bigger ones, but simply about medium size in the smaller one, as would be expected, because there'll be a constant flow in the smaller polling divisions, whereas in the bigger ones, you'll have a pile up and then a drop somewhere around 11, 12. But in general, this is what has been happening. No, except that I've seen the observers about, and it's very calm. I think Grenada will present itself as a place, of peace and quiet to the outside world. There is no hindrance. There is nothing there. Some people, doing other things like the stickers and things still remaining on the vehicles. But outside that, people exercising their free will. It is very clear to Grenadians, to foreigners, and to everybody. So I think this will paint a good picture for us in the external world.
It was excellent. No hard shifting. You go in there, you do the right thing. You know what you're about to do, and you're going to do it, and you're gone. I come out since 5 o'clock this morning, and I get through about quarter.
Okay, my name is Cecilia Peters, and I'm here to exercise my voting rights. I came out very early this morning because I am excited about exercising that right, and the process went very smoothly, I must say. The workers in the polling station, they were very polite, very courteous, very people-friendly, right? And yeah.
And what's your thoughts on this election campaign by both parties? There's the process and
there was a lot of energy flowing where both parties are concerned. Lots of energy, yeah. And that's all I'm going to say.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is my voting finger.
Well, the process goes all right. I mean, no big fuss.
What time you came up here?
Maybe about 5. Well, I find one side had it going and the next side they wasn't interested. The green wasn't much interested to me.
Okay, so you're confident that you will hear the result you want to hear?
Yes, 11-4.
All right, so those was just some of the interviews that we collated this morning over in Springs in St. George. Yep, a little later on, I'm sure we will be bringing you more of election coverage. In the meantime, we have our roving reporter in St. Patrick who's going to bring us up to speed with what's happening over there. Good morning to you. Good morning. You hearing me? Good morning. Good morning. Could you unmute your mic, please? Are you hearing me? If you're hearing me, Karen, can you unmute your mic so you can hear me? All right, we're going to just wait until we get in touch with Karen Maureen. But in the meantime, I could probably just recap the changes of the polling stations or polling divisions for you until we get Karen to unmute her microphone and we can communicate with her. So basically the changes in terms of the polling stations, it is St. Andrew South, the polling division B01, which was located in St. Andrew. The St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School would now be at the Telescope Primary School. So that's one of the changes for St. Andrew Southeast. Polling division B01, which was St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, will now be at the Telescope Primary School. Polling division B10 or B10, which was at the Hansel Jappels residence, will now be at Mamakan Community Center. And those are the changes for St. Andrew Southeast. Yep, so remember, if you used to vote at the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, you now have to head over to the Telescope Primary School. And if you used to vote at Hansel Jappel's residence, well, now you head over to the Mamakan Community Center. And that's for those of you in St. Andrew Southeast. So anywhere else outside of this remains the same. So these are just the changes of some of the polling divisions, not all of them, some of them. So you pay close attention to the changes. We move down to St. Andrew Northeast, and that polling division D03, which was formerly at the Pulse Community Center, will now be situated at the Grenada Christian Academy. So in the last previous election, if you voted in the Pulse Center, well, today you're going to be going over to the Grenada Christian Academy. I think we have Karen with us. Karen, good morning. Are you hearing me? Karen, good morning.
Hi, Keishon. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. So what can you tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods and exactly where are you located?
Well, presently I'm at the Anglican school in Sotel, St. Patrick.
And what's the mood like there? What's happening?
The mood is like people are just in their lines. Not much though. I think this morning, earlier on, it had a bigger crowd. It's kind of getting less now, but I anticipate that there'll be so much more people coming out in this area to vote this morning and during the day.
And would you say that the process so far this morning has been smooth? Any noticeable hiccups or minor hiccups at all?
No, I've not seen or recognized any hiccups. I think the lines are flowing and everything seems to be going on as planned, basically.
And what's the atmosphere like? It's people, they're quiet, they're just, doing their merry thing. What's the mood like? What's the feeling you're getting on the ground as people journey into the respective polling booths?
I just think that people are just anxious to just do their civic duty, and that they're just waiting for their turns. And yeah, basically that. There's a little bustling with people going to work and stuff like that as well. So a lot of people in the lines are the older set of older citizens and some that are on their way to work, making sure that they do their civic duty before they go to work today.
So would you be stationed there for the day or are you going to be roving around the area?
Maybe moving because I met the candidate for the NMP this morning. That is Ms. Pamela Moses. And she is due to vote in Rose Hill this morning. So I may be moving to Rose Hill to see if I can get an interview with her. And I'll touch base with you when that happens.
Okay, well, we want to thank you. Continue to stay safe and we'll check in with you a little later.
Yes, take care.
Karen Maureen out there in St. Patrick. They're actually moving about, but as fast as they move, we're going to see how quick we can get in touch with them so we can share what's happening on the ground with you in as quick time as possible. We're going to go back to the changes in the polling divisions. We did 2 so far. So we go into St. David now. So for St. David, the polling division FO1, previously located at Penwater Health Center, is now situated at the Communal Credit Union building in Penwater, St. David. So those of you in St. David, the polling division PO1, and you previously would have voted at the Penwater Health Center, you're now going to go over to the credit union, that is Communal Credit Union building in Penwater in St. David. So not all the places have changed, just that one. So wherever you would have gone outside of the community center in the health center in Penwater, you are now going to go to the Communal Credit Union in Penwater. So don't be going different places and so on. So that is for polling division FO1. So if you fall within that bracket, polling division FO1, and you're located in St. David, that is the change. You're going to the Communal Credit Union building in Penwater, St. David. And remember, when you get to the polling station, there is a list. You need to check the list to make sure that your name is there, because sometimes you might register in one area and you probably didn't go back to update. So your name might be one place or it's in another place. So you don't want to get left out in the equation. So when you get to the polling station, you ensure that you check the list to make sure that your name is there. The list is located on the outside. And also, as you enter into the 100-yard, you notice there is a lot of what you call party agents, ensuring that the persons who are entering to the 100 yards, you can also check your name before heading in, so you know exactly where your name is and what you got to do. Right? Remember, you have to have your voter ID card. In the absence of your voter ID card, once your name is on the list, you will be allowed to vote. Your presiding officer is going to verify that that is you. I know a lot of you had concerns as to, okay, well, how are they going to know it's me that's there? I think this in the day and age of technology, and we think that everyone is big enough to be truthful. So if you don't have the ID or the voter card, once your name is on the list, you would be allowed to cast your ballot once the presiding officer is comfortable that you would have met their requirements. You would be allowed to walk in and exercise your right to cast your ballot. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask your presiding officer, or there is a couple electoral staff on site. Feel free. Though this is not a day for making noise. We had enough time to make noise. Today is not a day for making noise. We want to keep it quiet and leave it quiet. All right, so we're going into the changes for the town of St. George. Polling division GO5, which was at the St. Joseph's Convent on Church Street, will now be at Norton Hall on Church Street. So if in 2018 you would have voted in the polling division GO5 and you would have gone to St. Joseph Convent, you no longer will be going to St. Joseph Convent today. You're going to be going over to Norton Hall, which is just a couple steps away, right? If you are in St. George's Northwest, the polling division JO2, which was located at La Croix Building in Grand Mall, you're now going to go to Pier 57, the restaurant in Grand Mall, which is also a stone's throw away. So if last election in Grand Mall and you were in the polling division JO2 and you would have gone to La Croix Building, you're now going to Pier 57 in Grand Mall. Yeah, so you keep that in your head so you don't get yourself tied up and you waste an extra 10-15 minutes because you go to the wrong place. If you are in St. George's South and persons who would have voted at the Sandino Block Plant, which was polling division LO7, you are now going to go to vote at the Blessed Sacrament RC School. Yeah, so if you went to Sandino Block Plant in 2018, you're now in 2022, you're going over to the Blessed Sacrament Church in Grand Dance. Well, not church, school, the Blessed Sacrament RC School, right? That's for St. George South, and that's the only change for St. George South. So you're not going to go saying that, places change. That's the only change that there is. If you are in St. John, the polling division MO7, which was formerly the Cocoa Grove Community Center, is now located at Florida Government School, right? So if you're in polling division MO7, you are now going to go to Florida Government School and not the Cocoa Grove Community Center, to which you would have gone in 2018. Then we head on down to St. Mark for the change in St. Mark. The polling division N03, which was located at Victoria Hotel, will now be at the Victoria Child Development Center. So for polling division N03, you're not going to go to Victoria Hotel, you're now going to go to Victoria Child Development Center. For St. Patrick West, persons registered in the polling division R05, you're not going to go to McDonald Secondary School, you will now go to the St. Patrick RC School, and that for those of you who are in polling division R05, right? Remember, you can also go online and you could check to see if you're registered just before you go down to the polling division. You know, you could, everything is digital, so you can go down there and you could check to see if your name is there. You would actually see the polling division and so on, so you can have an idea as to where you have to go. Remember, you have up until 5 o'clock to do so. So if you're in the line at 5, you will be allowed to cast your ballot. At 5 o'clock, if you notice there's a police officer standing in the back of the line, it means that's it. So you don't want that to happen to you today. You just want to make sure that you're there early. Yep, those of you who are going to be a little bit late, try not to speed too much and try not to go too late. So, because we don't want any accidents. We want people to be with us so that we could share the results with you a little later on. A little later on, we're going to be changing team. We're going to be joining Brenda Batiste, Christopher Diali, and Byron Campbell, who's going to be giving you all the details with the election results. I'm going to be keeping company with you for the most part of the day, as long as I think I could hold out. And a little later on, where we get into the meat of the matter, we're going to be joining Brenda Batiste and her crew to bring you the results of today's general elections. Remember, no colors. You leave all the party colors at home. You can put on your party colors when the election results is out. Then you could put on your clothes and you could go and you could party wherever the wind blows. Yep, we all waiting to figure out what wind that would be and where the wind is going to go. But in the meantime, let's follow the rules. Don't go sneaking in no corner and purchasing alcohol or getting the shopkeepers and bar owners in trouble. I think you could manage to not consume anything until 5 o'clock. So remember, you don't want to get yourself in any trouble. And if you are charged, well, you can charge and the fine is $500 or 6 months imprisonment or both. So you don't want to get yourself tangled up in that kind of trouble. If you know your vehicle have stickers representing your supporting party, well, remember, you would not be able to go into the 100 yards with that vehicle with the stickers. No campaigning should be taking place, so you can't go in the line and whisper to your friend and try to get the last minute convincing. You have to leave them to make that decision on their own. So let's not get into any trouble today. Do we have additional footage from a roving reporter? We can share what we have with you. Nikita Hostin, we want to say a very special thank you for coming out early this morning and getting the footage so we could show our viewers. So let's see what Nikita Hostin has in store for us now from this morning. All right. Okay, so while we wait on Nikita to share what footage she have, remember we have Tonya St. Louis Lawrence in St. David. We should be checking in on her in a short bit. And we're also waiting on the ballot casting of the political leader for the New National Party and also that of Deacon Mitchell, the political leader of the National Democratic Congress. We also have our roving reporter in the south of the island who is going to be covering that side, Donella Hostin. We expected to get some videos of her shortly. She did send in some videos a little earlier and we could see the long queues, but of course we will be chatting with her in a little bit. And we also going to be chatting with our Oslin Crosby who is over in St. Mark. So as soon as they get themselves sorted, then we will be able to check in with them. We just checked in with Karen Moraine in St. Patrick. You know, things are very smooth and cordial, as she said. So I think these are some of the images from Nikita this morning. Of course, you can see the queues there. You know, normally around election time, people outside tend to get very quiet. People don't really say much because I guess it's a moment where we all have to concentrate on what we're going to do and what we're going in there to do. Okay, and those images that you're seeing there is from the limes in Grandan, so that's the south of the island. That's the line. You notice the line and so on. Remember, if you want to wear your mask, you can, if you want to protect yourself. And also remember, if you're COVID positive, you would not want to join the line. So if you're COVID positive, the Parliamentary Election Office has made provision that you proceed to your polling station, you identify yourself to your presiding officer, you state your status, and you will be given priority so you can cast your ballot and you would quickly vacate the premises. So you don't have to join the line if you are COVID positive. And in case you're wondering if you're COVID positive, if you would be allowed to, yes, you would be allowed to cast your ballot. You just have to ensure that you identify yourself, identify your status. And that doesn't mean you just because you want to go in front of the line, you'll go and tell them you're COVID positive. You know, I know some of us can be very mischievous sometimes, but patience is a virtue. So those of you who are COVID positive, you just identify yourself to your presiding officer and you get yourself your clearance to cast your ballots. If you're still wondering or a little bit confused when it comes to the voter identification card, remember you are allowed to go in the absence of the card as long as your name is on the list. So once your name is on the list, you would not be stopped from casting your ballot. Right? So don't be afraid, don't get too worried now and say, oh, well, I wonder if I would be able to. In the absence of your voter identification card, sometimes if you would have requested a change, sometimes your card is actually at the office. So probably when you get to your polling division, you could probably inquire if your card is ready. If not, and your name is clearly present on the list, well, you're good to go. So don't go making no problems this morning in the people place. Okay? Right. And remember, there should be no campaigning. Right? So for the people on our Facebook page, I want all of you to behave on yourself today. Let's be nice, okay? I know you're all still in your campaign mode, but let me be nice today. No campaigning this morning. Now it's not a day to campaign. Now it's a day to chit-chat. You know, tell me what's happening in your area. You can send your message on Facebook and tell us what's happening in your area, but let's not campaign this morning. Let's keep the thing nice today. No, we started off good. Let's keep it that way. By midday, you never know what's going to happen. With this new system, trust me, we would not be here very long today, and the anticipation and the butterflies that you all have, trust me, it wouldn't last very long. So let's hope later on, if our polling station close, we give them about an hour and a half, two, we should have a clear indication, preliminary. Remember the results when it's released, it's preliminary, and the next day, which is tomorrow, there will be the recount and so on. You know how the process tends to go. Whichever the wind blows, we all accustomed to the day after election being a holiday. So you could jump and prance and palance and then you head into the weekend. So let's, you know, anticipate, sit and wait anxiously, see what would be the results a little later on. Alrighty. So could we take a quick break and then we could come back and see if we can make connection with our reporters over on the outside. Okay, so we have some more images from Nikita. As fast as the images are coming, we're going to share them with you, especially those of you in the diaspora. I know you want to see what's happening at home, and those of you who are on our Facebook platform and looking at us on television, you want to have an idea as to what's going on the outside. Don't let the long lines scare you away. I think they're moving quite quickly. A lot of the polling divisions were split into two. So let's see what Nikita has for us in store. All right, so the images that we see here is from Springs in St. George. You know, there's polling divisions all over, so you just make sure you get at your polling divisions. Don't let the lines make you get scared now. Some of the polling divisions, because of the amount of persons registered, they have split their polling divisions into two. In fact, I can tell you from where I voted this morning, the Marion Multipurpose Center, it was split into two. So, you know, the process is a little faster. So the lines don't stay too long. So these images here is from Springs in St. George. And I'm sure probably a little later on we get additional images. You saw images before from the limes in Grand Anse. So a little later on, we're expected to get some more images. We're going to be looking at the figures from 2018, sort of giving you a contrast a little later on in terms of, you know, some of the margins. We were speaking to Dr. Bob this morning, and we did speak of the margins in terms of the party and how important the margins is considered. In 2018, we know the New National Party would have won by 33,792 votes, while the NDC would have captured 23,249. So that would have placed the New National Party with a margin of 10,543, right? The location that we're looking at here is in Woburn, right? That's actually one of the areas I think would fall under the south. And remember, the south of the island is considered the largest constituency on the island. So they make up a huge chunk of the pie. So normally in previous elections, one would say, you know, the south of the island is one that you have to capture. We know we have two fresh candidates in the south. Andy Williams is on an NDC ticket, and you have Nolan Cox on the NMP ticket. So we know in 2018, Nicholas Steele was the successful candidate, and now the baton was handed over to Nolan Cox, and he's up against Andy Williams. Both candidates have been doing their thing. So they say, may the best man win. We would know where the votes go a little later on, right? All right, so in the meantime, let's see if we can queue up another of our reporters to see if we can get them to tell us what's happening. Remember, we're still waiting to link with Sherry and Noel. We're going to get an insight as to, well, we're going to witness the voting of the political leader for the New National Party. And also we have Tonya St. Louis Lawrence, who's stationed in St. David, who is going to share the experience of those who are going to be casting their ballots. Of course, we're going to be witnessing Deacon Mitchell as well, new candidate for St. David. He's up against Oliver Joseph. So once we make the link with them, we're going to share the experience with you. Those of you on Facebook, we want you to continue to join us. Remember, no campaigning on there. Let's behave ourselves today. Today is not a day to misbehave and behave bad, you know, or else I'll just quit keeping you company. If those of you listen to us on Magic FM, we say good morning to you. We hope you keep on the safe side, continue listening. We're going to be sharing the information with you all day as much as we can, and once they become available, we do hope that today is going to be incident-free. So now that all the campaigning is over, this is where we say, you know what, after later on, we could breathe a sigh of relief. It has been a very tiring one for the candidates, I would presume, every day on the beat, on the go, trying to muster up their support leading up to today, the big day. It's been a long month. It's been a tiring one, but sometimes in the end, you know, it is what it is. Can we take a break, and then we could probably see who we can link with, and we can come back a little later on.
Well, it was fairly lengthy, I find. People had a little delay, but I think they picked the momentum up now because people understand what they had to do and they're going about the process quicker now. I came out about 6. I voted every single time since I was able to vote, so I didn't have a problem.
Hi, good morning. My name is Zoya Cobb. It's my first time voting and it went well. I'm excited and I'm happy that I went out and vote. So, yeah. I came out around 5. Yeah, so.
Yes, the turnout so far has been very large in some polling division, particularly the bigger ones, but simply about medium size in the smaller one, as would be expected, because there'll be a constant flow in the smaller polling divisions, whereas in the bigger ones, you'll have a pile up and then a drop somewhere around 11, 12. But in general, this is what has been happening. No, except that I've seen the observers about, and it's very calm. I think Grenada will present itself as a place, of peace and quiet to the outside world. There is no hindrance. There is nothing there. Some people, doing other things like the stickers and things still remaining on the vehicles. But outside that, people exercising their free will, it is very clear to Grenadians, to foreigners, and to everybody. So I think this will paint a good picture for us in the external world.
It was excellent. No hard shifting. You go in there, you do the right thing. You know what you're about to do and you're going to do it and you're gone. I come out since 5 o'clock this morning and I get through about quarter.
Okay, my name is Cecilia Peters and I'm here to exercise my voting rights. I came out very early this morning because I am excited about exercising that right. And the process went very smoothly, I must say. The workers in the polling station, they were very polite, very courteous, very people-friendly, right? And yeah.
And what's your thoughts on this election campaign by both parties? There's the process and
there was a lot of energy flowing where both parties are concerned. Lots of energy, yeah. And that's all I'm going to say.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is my voting finger.
Well, the process goes all right. I mean, no big fuss.
What time you came up here?
Maybe about 5. Well, I find one side had it going and the next side they wasn't interested. The Green wasn't much interested to me.
Okay, so you're confident that you will hear the result you want to hear?
Yes, 11-4.
Yeah, GPF takes this opportunity to remind every Grenadian that elections are a very important process in our democracy, and as such, it must be taken seriously. We urge all Grenadians to be patriotic and respect the rules that govern the process of election. This day, we wish to remind you of some of the rules, in particular some of the offenses that can be committed in relation to elections. And we start off with the sale or giving of alcohol. Section 82 of the Representation of the People Act makes it an offense for any licensed liquor dealer sell, offer for sale, or give to anyone any intoxicating liquor during the hours that the polls are open on polling day. And of course, the polls are open from 6 a.m., 5 p.m. So between those hours, no intoxicating liquor shall be sold, offered for sale, or given to anyone. Section 83 makes it an offense for an employer to deny any employee adequate time for the purpose of casting their vote on polling. So as such, every employer must allow his employees sufficient time, and that must include time to travel and so forth, for the purpose of casting the vote. And no deductions shall be made from any pay or allowances due to that person as a result of them being absent from duty for the purpose of voting. Section 58 of the Act speaks to who may be present, who may be admitted within the polling station. And it makes provisions that the presiding officer shall keep order at his or her polling stations and shall regulate the number of voters to be admitted at a time, and shall exclude all other persons except his or her assistants, the candidates, and one agent for each candidate, and the constables on duty. So those are the persons that are allowed to be within a polling station at any particular point. Section 86 deals with maintenance of order at polling stations. And it says in subsection 1, subject to the provisions of subsection 2, during the hours when the poll is open upon election day, no person shall assemble or congregate within 100 yards of any building in which is situated any polling station. Subsection 2 says, this section shall not apply to any electors who are waiting to cast their votes at such polling stations and who obey any instruction which may be given by the presiding officer or any member of the police force for the purpose of forming a queue with other electors also waiting, or any person who may honor the provisions of this act lawfully enter or remain. I wish to put a little more emphasis on this one. During the hours when the poll is open, no person shall assemble or congregate within 100 yards of any polling which is situated a polling. 100 yards of any building which is situated any polling station. So the only persons allowed to be within that 100 yards of the polling station are the persons who are employed at the polling station, the persons who are not otherwise allowed to be there, and persons waiting to cast a vote. Section 85. So, the use of loudspeakers, banners, etc. And it prohibits or restricts rather persons from furnishing or supplying any loudspeaker, bunting, ensign, set of colors or flags or any other political paraphernalia to any person with intent that it shall be used as political propaganda on polling day. That section also prohibits the use of any of these items in public on polling day. It means therefore that all of the items that we use, that are used as part of the campaign of any candidate or party, banners, the flags, the buntings, etc., those are not allowed to be used on polling day. And in this case, we're referring to the entire day. The law says polling day. especially within the 100 yards of the polling station. All those items, every item that is a representation of a candidate or a party must be removed, that are hanging, lying, or otherwise present in that area. And in this bill, we are calling on the persons responsible for placing them there to take the responsibility of removing them at least by midnight on the 22nd of this month. I move on to the use of electronic devices. Section 96G prohibits anyone from using a cellular phone, a digital camera, or other electronic device to record, photograph, or otherwise capture and publish the image of a marked ballot paper on polling day. So if you capture, you take a picture, you take a video, or in any other way capture the image of your ballot paper after you vote it, and you publish it, then you're committing an offense. Section 96A.
Tony, are you hearing me? Unmute your microphone.
Says that subject to subsection 2, no person shall have in his or her possession any electronic device upon entering a polling booth to cast his or her ballot on polling day. Subsection 2 says a person who has an electronic device in his or her possession shall, upon entering the polling station on polling day, hand over the electronic device to the returning officer or his or her designate. It says that after the person has cast his or her ballot, the returning officer or his or her his or her designate shall return the electronic device to the person. So these sections prohibit persons from entering the polling booth, that little private area where you go to cast your vote. You're prohibited from entering that area carrying any electronic device. If for some reason you happen to get there with an electronic device, you're restricted from taking photographs, videos, or in any form capturing the image of that ballot paper and publishing it. And all of these constitute offense. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was the Royal Grenada Police Force, of course, telling us the rules. It's always important to reinforce the rules just before you head out to the polls. So if you're already there, you probably would know, so you share the information. But if you're still at home, it is always important to know the rules. We don't want anyone breaking the rules. So you can't say we did not share. So it's always important to share these little bits of information with you so that you know as you proceed to the polling stations and your polling booths, you know what is expected of you, so that's less stress on you and the electoral staff and the police. After 5 o'clock, then you're free to be yourself, but you still have to be safe. Okay, so in the meantime, before we wait, we have, we're going to be waiting on Sherry and Noel. She's actually stationed in Happy Hill with the Prime Minister, political leader, because now they're political leader. He's going to be casting his ballot shortly. So once we make the link there, we will actually be sharing that with you so you can observe that. We also have Tanya and Louis Lawrence, who is stationed in St. David. And of course, she's waiting on the political leader, Deacon Mitchell, to also cast his ballot as well and to get a feel as to what's happening in St. David. But in the meantime, let's just chit-chat a little bit as it relates to the results from 2018. A lot of you probably heard us before we spoke about the margins and the importance of the margins. So if we look at the data from Carriacou and Petit-Martinique in 2018, we had a total of 4,882 persons registered to vote, right? Out of that, the New National Party was able to garner 1,814 in the name of Kindra Maturin Stewart, who was the NMP candidate. And then if we move over to the NDC camp, where Tevin Andrews was the representative, his was 1,644. So you could see the margin is very close. So if we look at the margins, the margin is probably what we could say is important. So, you know, if you say, well, okay, the margin was by 170, did either party was able to lose the margin, or did the margin get even closer with the new registration? Right, so we have to take that into consideration. Outside of the people who did not cast their ballots but were registered to vote, they did decide that we were just going to sit back and wait it out for 2018 and see if, you know, probably the political landscape improve. Would these people come out this time around, or you have additional people who are going to sit back? So a lot of things we have to take into consideration when we tend to be crunching the figures. In our interview yesterday with Tobias Clement, he did talk about, in terms of elections, it's like a science. I am not a scientist, but you know, you just basically go based on the figures and your experience, and you try to put two and two together. I'm not a political expert, neither am I a scientist, but you could probably make sense out of certain things. We have with us out of Carriacou, we have Raul Patterson, who is going to be joining us. So we could get a sense as to what's happening over there. Do we have Raul? All right. So while we wait to connect with Raul, we go back to our sequence from 2018. We look at, like we say, so we look at the margins. So if we go to another constituency, that was Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and we have the same representatives there. We have Kendra Maturin Stewart, and we also have Tevin Andrew. Did either one of them was able to probably garner additional margins to give them the edge? Time alone will tell whether or not. Canvassing was very important if they wanted to widen the margin either way. Both of the parties have been heavy on the canvassing. Even when we thought registration have not been taking place, we don't know what was happening behind the scenes, but time alone is going to tell us exactly what these parties was doing, because if you did well and if you canvass well, then of course you may just reap the results. But we're not in a position to say which way the wind is going to blow, but at the end of the day, we're all going to find out that. Do we have Raul Patterson, or we have to wait for Raul a little while longer? Okay, so if we go to look at another constituency, and mind you, you can go on to the PEO, that is PEO Grenada, that's the Parliamentary Elections Office, PEOGrenada.gov, then you would be able to see the results. You can register. The results is going to be shared on the same website in quick time, so you can go on there and you will be able to see the results in real time. So you would not be missing out in anything, right? Unless you want to stay with me and keep me some company. If we decide now we're going down to St. David, so we're going to the constituency St. David in 2018, we had a total of 8,441 registered voters. And on the NNP side, we had Oliver Joseph being able to muster 3,282. And we move over to Adrian Thomas, who represented the NDC, coming up with 2,895. Again, you notice the margins. Yep, that is something that you have to pay close attention to. You don't have Adrian Thomas, but you have Deacon Mitchell. Deacon was able to even widen the margin based on the new registration. The people who did not vote in 2018 and decided to wait it out, are they going to be putting in the energy this time around? Only time alone will tell where these undecided people on the fence who doesn't even know up to this moment what happens when they go in there. Some people get butterflies because they wonder, okay, I'm so undecided. Do I really want to go and probably make a good or bad decision? I guess I don't want that little headache. So I'm going to just sit at home, wait it out, and hope for the best. Maybe in the next 5 years, I will do this. Then you had Junior Francis of the GRP in the same St. David constituency, in the name of Junior Francis, 9 votes. And then you also had Jocelyn Whiteman, 34. He ran as an independent. So sometimes you have those independents who tend to, you know, do their thing as well. So that was for the constituency of St. David. So when we talk about the margins, this is where we talk about margins and looking at who would have performed what in 2018 and the expectation. If we switch our attention to St. George South, which is the south of the island, which is what we call the largest constituency, make up of a huge factor. We saw for the NMP candidate Nicholas Steele, 3,536. Mind you, the total registered voters there was 9,464. When we move over to the NDC camp, Philip Roberts or Raymond Roberts represented the NDC. He mustered 2,678. So when we calculate the margins, you have to determine, we have two new candidates, Andy Williams and Nolan Cox. Were they able to, garner new votes to keep that margin apart from each other, or did the margin even narrowed a bit? Time alone will tell at the end of the day. We also had in that area, we had the GPM in the name of Terence Forrester. He got 86 votes. This 86, Terence Forrester is now a part of the National Democratic Congress. The question is, if you study loyalty to candidate, Terry Forrester, was he able to bring these 86 persons over to his new camp? Or did these 86 people decide, I'm going to look for a new home? Time alone will tell what happens. Then we had the GRP in the name of Nyasha Paul. She was able to muster 7 votes. So that was for the area of St. George South. So like I said, if you want to go back and look back on the result of the elections for 2018, you could simply go to peogrenada.gov and you would be able to witness all the results from 2018, as well as you will be able to view the results today in real time. Yep, as fast as the votes get counted, it would be reflected there. Remember, later on this afternoon, we're going to be joining Brenda Batiste, Christopher Diali, and Byron Campbell for the latter part of the evening. That is where the results is going to come. That is where all the analysis is going to be done. So you get a clearer picture while you sit at home. You get a clearer picture as to what is happening or what happened on the day. All right. Okay, so we have Raul Patterson here with us this morning. So let's see if we can join Raul. Raul, good morning. You hearing me? Raul, you need to unmute your microphone.
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Morning greetings unto God be the glory.
All right, you over there on the sister isle of Carriacou, tell us exactly what the mood is like and what's happening there.
Well, I must say, of course, got up to a very beautiful day, picturesque sunshine, and at most of all the polling stations, the very large turnout, I must say, and I went to all 10 of the 11 polling divisions thus far. Just before I get to that, let me just quickly give you a quick breakdown as to what it's like in Carriacou as it pertains to 11 polling divisions across Carriacou and Petit Martinique. In AO1, that's Windward Health Center, there are 385 registered voters. Bogos Community Center, that's AO2, 392. AO3, that's a Dover Government School. They got A and B, 201 and 211. Mount Pleasant, that's AO4, that's at the Mount Pleasant Community Center, 318 registered voters. Topel, that AO5 at the Topel Home for the Elderly, 343 voters there registered, and that's where the candidate for the National Party, Hello?
Can I put you on pause just a bit so I can join our reporter Donella, who's over in the south, so we can capture the ballot voting of Nolan Cox. And then I'll be back with you shortly. You stay there, don't go anywhere.
Okay, no problem. Sure.
Two minutes still.
Donella, you with me?
Hello?
You with me?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes. I don't know how we're doing this here, but hold on. Miss Edmond, you can hold this for me for 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Let me, Mr. Cox, I need to put this on here.
All right, on Donella to get herself together. Please bear with us. They're actually on the go, so they have to take it when they get it. So just bear with us. you may see a little shakiness, but we're trying our very best to bring you all the coverage as possible. So just bear with us. As soon as we get to Donala, we'll be able to.
Both of them. I'm going live on this one.
Bear with us a short bit. We want to keep you in the know as much as we can, but you just bear with us.
Yes,
Donala?
Kishan.
Yeah, are you ready for me?
We're ready. We're here with Senator Nolan Cox. Okay, so Senator Nolan Cox, good morning. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling wonderful.
Okay, that's great. So I'm seeing that you're going around to different polling stations. What are your thoughts on the processes? What are the people telling you this morning?
Well, there are a few minor glitches, as with everything else. When you have a lot of people, some persons are agitated, and there are always going to be little tensions. But for the greater part, everything is going quite well, quite smoothly.
Okay. Compared to other elections, what are your thoughts on today's turnout? The turnout of the people today.
Well, the turnout for the earlier part is quite steady, and it's a lot, probably much more than we would have seen in previous elections. Persons wanted to come out early to vote, I believe, which is good. They order a crowd to come out early, and so that we can have an early result. Yeah, and get the celebrations going.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Senator Cox. Okay, Kishan, that was Senator Cox. He's at one of the polling stations in Grand Anse.
Donala, just before you go, could you give me before you go, Donala, could you give me a sense as to what the mood was like for the morning?
Well, so far for the morning, I've seen a good turnout in Grand Anse. The Grand Anse people seem to have come out very early, and they are out in their numbers, eager to vote, eager to, get early results, as the senator just said.
All right. Okay. We'll check back with you a little bit later on. In the meantime, continue to be safe, but we'll check in with you a little later.
All right.
All right. So that was Donella Hostin. She's stationed down in the south of St. George. She just spoke with the NMP candidate, Nolan Cox. We're going to go back over to Raul Patterson, who's over in Carriacou. Raul, yes, you were giving us some figures in terms of registered voters in your area in the respective polling divisions. You can go ahead.
Yes, I've got a first polling division AO5, that's the top home for the elderly, where of course the new National Party candidate Kinja Matthew Institute is expected to cast the votes sometime between 9 and 10 today. At AO6, that the Hillsborough Government School, some A and B, got 273 voters in A and B. The police station, that's AO7, 269, AO8, that time CC6 Schools Campus, 218 in Division A and 218 in Division B. At the Leicester RC School, the largest of the polling divisions, where there are 422 in A and 431 in B. That's the Leicester RC School, the largest of all the polling divisions. At the A10, that's the Harveyville Government School. They got 395 in A and 399 in B. And over on the sister island of Petite Martinique, you have some 334 in A and 268 in B. A total of 5,415 persons across the sister islands eligible to cast the ballot today. And I must say that, of course, so far, we have been seeing some very long and steady lines in the various polling divisions. At polling division AO2, that's at Bogus Community Center, just around 6:28 this morning, you had about 40 persons in line. And there is where I saw the OAS representative. She's also one individual I've seen. She's, of course, going around the AOS representative. I saw very early in the Bogus polling division there, we had about 40 persons in line, just about 6:28 this morning. At about 6:39, you had about 43 persons in the Dover area, AO3. 60 persons in AO1, that's Windward, just around 6:45 this morning. At around 7 o'clock, we had about 23 persons in Mount Pleasant, that's AO4, that's a small polling division. At the Top Hill Home for the Elderly, that's AO5, we had just about 21 persons, just about 9 minutes after 7. At Dover, at the Hillsborough Government School, we had about 80 persons, just about 7:16 this morning. At the police station in Hillsborough, we have just about 21 persons, just around 7:22 this morning. At Tam City, we had about 45 persons at 7:30 this morning. At the Leicester RC School, they had about 90 persons, just about 7:41 a.m. At the Haverville Government School, they had about 92 persons at about 8 o'clock. And I said, from reports coming from Petit Martinique, it has been a little bit slow in Petit Martinique thus far. So far, it has been very smooth, with the exception of a report coming from the police that there seems that there was one incident which took place earlier today, where apparently there seems to be a little bit of a scuffle between the supporters of both parties as they went to the home of an elderly to take her to vote. Apart from that, everything seems to be smooth thus far. I had a very quick talk with the OS representative, and from indication, she said, of course, so far, things are running very smoothly. So far, it's a very bright day, I must say. People are turning out to the polls, and one expects that, of course, by midday, I would expect that most of the people who would be casting the ballot, who have decided to cast the ballot, would have already done so by midday today, based on the queues that I'm seeing earlier during the morning period in the phone.
Well, if you compare the queues of this election cycle to the last election cycle in 2018, would you say that the queues are longer, which probably would be an indication of increased registration?
Definitely so. What we have seen thus far is a lot. It's a little bit early for me to say whether, of course, there'll be an increase in terms of the numbers from the previous election, because it could be a situation where people have decided to just come out and vote early, very early. And maybe afternoon time, you may see a trickle going into the poll, a very small queues. But what I'm seeing so far, it's a while I have not seen this long, steady lines so very early in the process. And I think that's a clear indication that there could be a possibility that there could be an increase in terms of the voting this year. The National Democratic Congress candidate, Kevin Andrew, I spoke to him this morning also, is of course carried to cast his ballot in A010. That's of course at the Haverville Government School. And along the course of the morning, he promised to give me a call exactly as to the time he'll be going there. So of course, that's what it looks like in Carrick. But I must say that so far, everything seems very peaceful. And what I'm rather impressed with too, looking at some of the lines, is that a number of the able-bodied persons in the queue are giving way to, of course, those who have physical challenges, and of course those who are pregnant. And of course that's very good to see that, of course, the elderly people, the able-bodied people are compliant to ensure that, of course, those who have challenges get a chance to spend as much time in the line.
All right, we want to say a very special thank you, Ron, and we do hope that during the course of the broadcast today, we will check in with you again.
Definitely. So I'll try to link with both the candidates as, of course, the cast the ballot, so we're going to get something from them also.
Okay, thank you so much.
God bless us.
Sense as what's happening there. You did hear him mention about the long queues, of course, and the long queues is also visible in some parts of the island. We noticed in the Limes in the south of the island, and we saw some queues also in Springs in St. George. We still await additional footage from across the town of St. George, and also in the St. John area in St. Mark, but as we go along during the course of the morning, as fast as the videos and images come, we will be able to share those with you. Remember, a little later on, you can join us for the second part of this broadcast, and that is the part where we get more analytical and we rate the results as they come. It's going to be in real time, so it's not going to be a very long wait, and I anticipate it would not be a long day. Well, I can't say that because I've been out here since early, so I can't say that it wouldn't be a long day. But you heard it, you're seeing it, and it is a pleasure to have you all with us. Just before we go into anything else, we're still awaiting Sherry and Noel and her GIS team so that we can make the link so we can see the casting of the ballot of the political leader, Dr. Keith Mitchell, who is on the NMP ticket. We also have on standby our Tanya St. Louis Lawrence out there in St. David, who's also monitoring for the ballot casting of the political leader there in the name of Deacon Mitchell on the NDC ticket. As we go along, we will bring you those details and update as much as we can. We were crunching figures a while ago. If you like, you can go on to the page and you can crunch the figures with us as well, but we've been crunching the figures. We stopped at the south of St. George. We went into that as well. So if we decide to take St. George Northeast, which is another area constituency that has a very narrow margin. In that constituency, 7,029 persons were registered to vote. All right? The results On the NMP ticket was Tobias Clement. He was able to capture 2,621 votes. And when we move over to the NDC camp, who was represented by Nazim Burke, he was able to capture 2,494. So when we talk about margins, if you do the calculations, you will be able to see what we're talking about. On the other seat, we had the GEM, which was represented by Earl Maitland. He captured 17. And also we had the GRP, Martin Washington Edwards. He captured 12. And we went over to the TPP in the name of Basil Williams. He was able to capture 19 of the registered voters. So again, this year we have 2 new candidates running in that constituency. Who knows what is going to happen, whether they were able to increase on their margin, increase on their voter turnout. Who knows whether they were able to have a successful canvassing for the duration of the campaign period. We will be able to see the results of that a little later on when the polling station is closed and the counting starts. If we were to choose another constituency, it's just that to give you a sense as to how things went in 2018. If we go to St. George Northwest, St. George's Northwest, right? So if we go to Northwest, remember, if you want to tune in to the election results later on, you go to peogrenada.org, peogrenada.org. You will be able to see the results of 2018 so you can compare, and you would also be able to see the result in quick time. So peogrenada.org if you want to be able to see the results and compare a little later on. So now we're in St. George's Northwest. Yep, we're very familiar with that seat, and it's always a very wide margin when it comes to Northwest, but who knows in 2022 what's going to happen? Only time alone will tell. So in St. George Northwest, the NMP representative is Dr. Keith Mitchell. Of course, 2,551 votes. Out of registered voters, 4,171. Over on the NDC camp, in the name of Ali Dowden, of the NDC, he was able to muster 412 votes. If you look, the margin, a very broad margin. Did things change? We have a new candidate for St. George Northwest when it comes to the NDC in the name of Jonathan Lacrette. Was he able to do enough groundwork and canvas to close in on that margin? Only this afternoon we'll be able to know that. But we're just telling you the figures. On the other side, we had Oswald Peter of the GUPM was able to capture 10 votes. With that 10 votes, where would that 10 votes go? Did that 10 votes is going to stay on the fence, or they're going to find a new home? Only time alone will tell what happens. But that was St. George Northwest when it comes to the margin. So you can see the huge margin. Like I say, I am not a scientist. I could only go based on what I'm seeing, and I could be a little bit analytical, but I'm not a political scientist. So don't take my word for granted. I'm just giving you the figures just to recap so you have a sense as to what happened in 2018. So you have an idea. Maybe a little later on you can compare that, okay, well, 4,171 persons was registered to vote. Did that increase in 2022? Did you have new people registering? The people who stayed on the fence, are they going to come forward this time around? We don't know, but we have to wait until the result is counted so that we'll know how that goes. We move down to St. George's Southeast. That's a seat that we're also familiar with. Under the NMP ticket, we have Gregory Boeing. 4,950 people were registered to vote in 2018. Gregory Boeing was able to muster 2,103. On the NDC side of the fence, Franca Alexis Bernardine, 1,430. If you look at the margin again, then you can tell whether or not these margins are going to be closed up today. Well, time alone will tell. On the GEM side, Rosemary, out of the GEM, well, she was able to muster 8 votes, while on the GRP side, they were able to do 2. On the TPP side, Kevin Peter King, he was able to do 7. So there we have it, St. George's South in St. George's Southeast in 2018, 4,950. Did we get additional registration this time around? That alone would tell. Where are the swing votes going to go? What are the youthful population going to do? Time alone will tell us what is going to happen. If we go into another, you know, today is all about education. We're going up to St. John. If we go up to St. John, that's a seat that we're all accustomed to. There's a new candidate for the NDC, it goes by the name of Karine. When we look at the figures, 5,896 persons were registered to vote in that constituency. Under the NMP ticket, Alvin Dabrio, he was able to muster 2,522 to capture the seat, while on the NDC side, George Vincent, 1,753. So again, we can see the margins. There are places where the margins are very small. So, you know, the question is, did these candidates, what they're able to? So now we're going to join the Government Information Service, where Sherry and Noel is stationed in the St. George's Northwest to get a sense of what's happening.
You just follow the video. You're supposed to allow it to go and take a picture. So he is in the building.
What is media? So what is your purpose? Step down. Okay, go do that. Thank you.
Come in. Okay. So, Dr. Mitchell, come to this side, please. Dr. Mitchell, I'm going to focus on the finger a bit. Based on your statements, this is the final time that you'll be casting your ballot as a candidate for St. George's Northwest. Tell us about that feeling today.
Yeah, next time I'll be casting it for someone else whom I support. So this is really mixed feelings with this. Of course, anything that you have been involved in over the years, clearly when it's coming to time over, no matter how important the decision that you make is to do it, it still has brings up an air of melancholy and a bit of sadness in some respect, but necessary decision that I have to make in the interest of myself and of course the party and the country as a whole. I just want to make one comment about today. So far the lines are very long, and might have seen so far it appears that the voter turnout will be larger than last time, because around now so you didn't see those lines but one of the things I believe that I've noticed, and in this area I've noticed it, and I had to point out to the supervisor and also the presiding officers that people could not be wearing the party colors on the day, and inside the polling station all the agents of the NDC, they are wearing their party color. That is wrong, fundamentally wrong. It is not, as far as I'm concerned, it is not affecting the vote, because you know the votes here, I feel very confident, but if anything, if I'm an opponent, it will make me even more determined. So I'm not talking about the vote, I'm really talking about the principle. The law is the law, and one party cannot break the law with impunity. And I was calling on members of the government who is managing the process to do their jobs and to make sure that people do not abuse the system. The system is what saves all of us, you know. Sticking within laws is so important. So as I am getting ready to be part of the political scene, I want to make sure that we all observe the laws of the land. If I break the laws, Prime Minister, I must pay to that, and I don't think anyone should be allowed to do so. So I wanted to that point I really wanted to underscore. I hope the press gives that a lot of play, because I think it's extremely important. I'm not talking about votes. I'm talking about the law of the land.
Doc, there seems to be a sense of calm throughout Grenada today. You mentioned the large turnout in the early hours, but as one of the seasoned and longest serving parliamentarians here, how do you view this?
Well, I think it's good for the country that people going about their business, which is serious, but at the same time taking it in a sense of calmness and with a sense of duty, and not allowing the process to be bitter. I think I'm noticing, generally speaking, as I go through many of the polling stations, and it's only in one case I see one of the agents of the opposition don't want to smile. And I said, sister, smile, we are not in a war, we're just together in one thing, because at the end of the day, we all have to be together as one country. And of course she got a smile. I got a smile after I said that. So I'm happy to see the calmness and the atmosphere of peace that appears to be prevailing at this particular time.
When you speak about the numbers, large turnout, is that an indication of the message that was delivered by the political parties?
Well, people ask me this, you know, I did an interview with GBN, as you remember, 2 nights ago, and where the pastor woman, he asked me what I think responsible for this. I say one of two things. I believe my message that is one for the road may have played a factor, because when I look at my own constituency, it's well known that the last few elections outside of 1999, when I got 91%, it has been 85, 86%. So the support is positive, but I've never seen that emotion in Happy Hill and Brazan and Fontenoy, Cherry Hill, Grandmore. I've never seen this. This motion tells me something. And you see the long lines. By now, so last time, the lines in Happy Hill was already very small. The lines in Grandmore Woodlands, all the lines in all the places are still very long. That is highly significant as far as I'm concerned. The only place there appeared to be a continuous flow but not long line was Morris.
Okay, and so Doc, from the early feedback that you've gotten from the various constituencies, how satisfied are you?
No, I'm extremely confident. I mean, I think the message has been received. I think the opposition has handed us a good wicket, so to speak, because by coming with someone new who appears not to understand the system well, when telling people to go in a line and block the line, I mean, any serious person, you don't have to be a lawyer to know that's fundamentally wrong to do so. And having even watching your agents in polling station with the colors, I mean, that's so basic, fundamentally wrong. I've never seen that before. But it's clear that the message from leadership has not gone down, or the leadership has not sold the message well. So I'm very confident based on all that I'm seeing around the country, right around Grenada, Carriacou, I'm extremely confident about the results. And I really feel this is going to be one of the highest turnout, and it's going to be one of the more massive victory. It doesn't mean that we may not lose a seat or two, but in the seats that we are winning consistently and of the vast majority, you're going to see results can be bigger than before.
Any final words?
No, just to say I wish and pray that everyone continues to do their duty well, and for us to celebrate together, because at the end of it, as I said before, and consistently, so that this is our little country. You know, when it goes wrong, all of us suffer. When it goes well, all of us benefit.
Thank you very much, and good luck.
Good luck. Thank you. Be careful.
That's it. Okay. Very nice. How's the evidence? Have the evidence.
Okay, so this is where we'll cut this live broadcast. We just had Dr. Mitchell there speaking with members of the media after casting his vote for the final time as the candidate for St. George Northwest.
All right, so that was political leader of the new National Party, Dr. Keith Mitchell, casting his ballots. We'll get back to a summary in a while, but we're going to join our reporter, Tonya St. Louis Lawrence, who is over in St. David. Tonya, good morning to you. Tonya, good morning. Good morning. You hear me, Tonya? Good morning.
Hi, morning.
All right. So tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods.
So we are here in St. David at St. David's magistrate. And one of the people, they're impatient, they're complaining they have been here since after 5 and to get in Casablanca. With us here is the public relations officer of National Democratic Congress, and he would bring us up to speed with this development in when he engaged the people.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, so we have a bit of situation here where a lot of persons are expressing a lot of frustration in the process. We have instances where persons have been here since 5 a.m. waiting to vote, and they are still here. And they cannot understand, I cannot understand why it's taking so long. And this is not just an isolated incident happening island-wide where persons are saying the process is just ridiculous long. There seems to be some sort of a alphabetical system, which doesn't make much sense to me. But just calling on the persons in charge, the parliamentary office, if they can deploy additional resources because to alleviate this burden that is backed on. It is frustrating persons and not one person not cast their vote because of this frustration. I want to encourage persons out there who are experiencing this to hold still, to not leave the lines, not let them suppress the vote, not let them frustrate you. A few hours did not kill. Let us stick it through and ensure that we bring about a victory.
And what is the presiding officers telling you? What are they saying based on why is it taking so long?
This is a due process. That's just the process, and it's just a lot of persons and it's taking long. But you know, it seems to be a little bit longer than it should be. There seems to be some alphabetical system going on where even if you're in the line first, you would call another name that's after you. So the exact methodology of their industry, I think, persons, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of frustration.
Anything else? Any other issues that you want to point out? Or any other hindrances?
We have had some isolated instances of persons who showed up with their voter registration card and their name was not on the list. Those are isolated incidents, but monitoring throughout the day to ensure that everybody who has the opportunity to vote gets the opportunity to vote. And any issues we find, we're jumping on it to make sure that we can resolve it. But there are some isolated incidents of persons not being allowed to vote because their name is not on the list, but they have their card in their hands, which is uncommon.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So yes, Kishan, so we are still here in David. We will wait around for a little while, less than, let's say, half an hour. Political Bureau of the National Democratic Congress will be casting his ballot, and we will join you again where we will bring you up to speed with how that process went.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be in touch shortly.
Okay, no problem.
Over in St. David, where you heard the PRO of the National Democratic Congress outlining what they call their concerns in terms of the long lines and the long wait with some of the voters having to wait from since 5 a.m. this morning to cast their ballots and still in the line. It is now 9:40. So yes, his word of encouragement is to wait it out and be patient. So not much I can say at this particular time, more than we can just listen to the concerns at this particular point. But in case you're home and you're heading out to St. David, these are the issues that you probably will have to face. Hopefully by the time you're looking to leave, some of these issues will be rectified. We did make mention of when you're heading into your polling station to ensure that your name is on the list. You heard of some of the isolated issues where persons have their voter identification card, but name is not on the list. So you would not want to get yourself in that situation. So ensure that when you get to your polling station, you look at the list. If you're at home and you have a computer or any device, you could check to see if your name is there. Remember, peogrenada.org, and you will be able to check the list there. We see Donella Hostin. She's actually in the south of the island. We'll swing over to Donella to get a sense as to what's happening there. Donella, how are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So this is a situation at the Blessed Sacraments Catholic School. It's quite a bit chaotic. It's been like this for the past, seems like about 15-20 minutes or more. People are complaining that they are not getting through fast enough. The process is tedious. People are sweating. But we have on the other side here, we have a much more organized line. Voters still coming in numbers.
Donella, I also noticed that you have some persons within the elderly there. Is it that they don't have priority lines for the elderly and persons with disabilities?
Well, for the time we've been here, I've seen persons with disabilities and elderly people being ushered to the front, and their process seems to be the quickest.
Okay, and what about the average wait time? You mentioned about 15 to 20 minutes, but the average wait time, what seems to be causing the backlog of people? Is it that their names are not on the list? What are you getting on the ground?
Well, for now, in front of me where I'm looking here, people who are saying that they're not going to be staying much longer because they have to go. The wait time, one lady said she was here since 5 this morning and she left just a little while ago. People are getting agitated, but
And what about
as you
the
can see on the
party
looks of the
agents
face,
and the reps? Are they not involved in the process of trying to get things sorted?
well, I'm seeing some marshals out here doing, trying their best, but as one lady just said, there's only so much she can do. And this chaotic situation, it seems to be deterring people from voting. I'm not seeing any other candidates. I didn't see Andy as yet, but Nolan Cox was just here.
And
He's
have he cast his
turnout.
ballot already?
I didn't hear that, Kishan.
Did Nolan cast his ballot already?
No, he is going to cast his ballot anytime after 10, he said, at another location.
Okay. All right, so we will check in with you in a short bit once you get closer to the candidates. And should there be any development updates, of course, you can feel free to tune in, but we will check in with you shortly.
All right, bye.
Nala hosting down in the south of the island. She's actually at the Blessed Sacrament RC School, where she's also reporting the congestion and the slowness and the lines and the long waits, and people are getting impatient. Remember, this is also a work day as well, but employees should not be fearful because, of course, it's part of the law that employers make provision for you to go out to cast your ballot. And I'm sure by now, if there is actually an increase in voter turnout, you could just very well see the reasons for the long line. We can say there is an increase in voter turnout. We are not at the liberty to do so. We could only go based on the reports and the visuals that we're seeing. We will tend to keep you in the loop as much as we can. We had a similar situation being reported on the St. David end. Before we went over to Donella, we had the PRO for the National Democratic Congress voicing their concerns as it relates to the long lines and people being out since 5 a.m. in the morning, and at this particular time still waiting. We do hope that people exercise as much patience as possible because you do not want to be deterred from exercising that right that you have. We know it could be a little bit lengthy, it could be a little bit tedious, but it is what it is. So I don't think it would be right for you to go this far and to turn away. So we're going to make the link with these areas a little later on in the program, but we will continue to go. We still have to check in on the, so we still have to check in on the other areas like St. John, St. Mark, and St. Andrew. So once we make the contact with those persons, we would, of course, share with you. We were crunching the figures a little earlier on, of course, but we want to make sure that we keep you in the know as much as possible. For those of you who was with us from since morning, well, we say thank you for keeping us the company. Those of you on Magic FM, well, thank you as well for keeping us the company. And those of you on Facebook, I see you all trying real hard to behave yourselves there. But yeah, let's keep it that way. Let's keep it clean and behave ourselves. Feel free, to share your concerns and so on. If you at the polling division and you have any concerns, feel free to tell us exactly what these concerns are, and we would be able to relay those for you. Remember, if you want to check the results later on at 5 when the polling station closes, you will have access to the link. You just have to go on to peogrenada.org and you would have access to the link. Of course, if you want to look and compare the results of 2018, you'll have to register online. You have to create your username and you'll be able to get access to those information. Yep, that's what we were using just now. So if we go back, we're actually going back to do a little, analysis, data analysis. So we're going back now. We did a couple of the constituencies already. We're here in St. Mark, and in St. Mark, we had Clarice Modescoven running on an NMP ticket. You had 3,382 persons registered to vote, and Clarice was able to take the seat with 1,693. Moving on to the NDC side, who was represented by Jerome Thomas, he was able to muster 664. So those were the two contesting candidates in St. Mark in 2018. If we go along again and we go to St. Patrick East, of course, in that area we had 4,320 registered voters. And of course, on the NMP side, which was represented by Anthony Boson, 1,890 to capture the seat. And Joseph Andel on an NDC ticket was able to muster 1,442. So earlier, if you were just joining us, we spoke about the margins, right? A lot of people take different things into consideration when it comes to trying to figure out which party is going to take which constituency. Is it all about party loyalty? Is it all about personalities? Is it all about love for one party? There's a lot of things to take into consideration. The increased voter turnout, the canvassing, the campaigning. There's a lot of things that you should take into account in terms of when you're trying to determine where does the vote go. You heard the Prime Minister also mentioning about long lines as well. He did make the assumption that it could be an increase in voter turnout. We could only know that after the poll is closed, and we could determine how many people would have cast their ballots and how many people were registered to vote. So a little later on, there's a lot of crunching of figures. We'll leave that for the experts to do. I think if I do, probably I would get tired in less than no time. But nonetheless, I could just analyze a little bit. But when it comes to the political science, no, I'll leave that to the experts. A little later on, you will check that out with Brenda Batiste and the team, including Christopher Dialli and Byron Campbell, who's going to be crunching those figures for you and giving you the results ball by ball. But if, in case you can't wait and you figure you want on the go, you can feel free to go online and it will be all there for you to have a look. All right, in the meantime, let's see if we could jump into another constituency as we reflect from 2018. We go over to St. Patrick West, and on the NDC side, we had Joseph Andel, 1,442, and that was out of 4,320 registered voters. And capturing the seat was actually Anthony Boson, 1,890. So 1,890, that was St. Patrick West. All right, we move up to St. Andrew. We do St. Andrew Southeast. Right, let's do this. So we go up to St. Andrew Southeast. Okay, we have somebody with us. All right, so we have someone from St. Patrick, Keville Frederick with us in St. Patrick. Am I correct? All right, so the reporter in St. Patrick, could you turn your microphone and your video, if possible, on so that you would be able to hear me? St. Patrick, reporter, would you turn your camera and your phone so you could hear me?
Okay.
Karen, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Keyshawn.
All right,
are you seeing me?
All right. Tell me what's happening by your end.
So I moved from the St. Patrick's Anglican School and I'm now down close to the St. Patrick's RC.
Okay, and what's the mood there? How the lines are looking? Is it long? Is it process? How's the process going?
People are just trickling in. I think most of the crowd have left already and have already voted. But here with me, I have the candidate for St. Patrick's West, Mr. Victor Philip.
Okay. Mr. Philip, how are you?
Just hold a minute. Okay, let me see if I can.
Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Back.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, so tell me about your process. It is not, but probably you casted your ballot before, but now you're casting your ballot as a candidate. So tell us, how has the process been?
For me, it's I think it's much easier than when I cast it as just an ordinary citizen, because this year, what I see is that a lot of people came out very early and vote, and so by the time I went there, there was no one. So I did it, and it was quite easy.
Okay, so I mean, you've now moved from being an ordinary voter into a candidate. Tell us about that feeling. How did that feeling? You put your X and then you dip your hand in that ink as a candidate, hoping that you be the next elected MP. How does that feel this morning in terms of how you felt? You put your finger in there this morning. You were the action man, so I want to know how the action man felt this morning.
Oh, well, for me personally, it's no different. That's who I am. Things don't excite me. I know the importance of it, and I concentrate and I do what I need to do. But for more, what it tells me, my feelings is that I will win, and so therefore it will give me an opportunity to do what I really need to do for my constituency, and that makes me feel real good.
All right.
Related up.
Well, you keep the confidence level up very high. It's always good to be confident and hope for the best. Well, we hope for the best and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
Continue keeping up the good work.
Yes, Kishan, so that was the NMP candidate for St. Patrick West, and I'll be making my rounds. Hopefully just now I'll be moving to the Shanty Male RC School, where the NDC candidate is expected to be voting. So I'll check back with you when that occurs.
Okay, just keep us in the know. All right, we'll be with you later. All right, so that was Karen Moraine. She's out there in St. Patrick, roving the constituency, and she just had, well, we all know him as Bello. He's the action man. He's the man that's been taking the stage by storm throughout the entire campaign. He's just casted his ballot as a candidate, so sometimes it's a whole different feel. It's a whole different ball game that you put yourself up to. So remember, we're going to be making the rounds. We're going to keep you updated as much as we can. In case you're just joining us, we spoke to Nolan Cox earlier. We just had Bello, and now we're going to see who else we have here. All right. Okay. So we have Kevin Frederick that's going to join us. He's actually in St. John. Kevin, good morning. Good morning.
Service. I've just covered two of the constituency. That is St. John first, and then I did St. Mark. I will start with the latter. Dr. Modest Cohen, she cast her ballot just a short while ago, and it was an open vote. And she said that if she couldn't demonstrate her confidence in herself and in her party, she don't think that others would follow suit. And so that's the reason why she did it openly, because she is confident of victory. And it's for a number of reasons, as she indicated. She explained that the government actually did deliver, they performed, and the evidence is there, and she made a reference of a number of things, and one of them too, is the successful handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. And she juxtaposed that now to the fact that the WHO is hosting, as we speak, an important meeting to decide whether they should declare monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. So, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and, now, monkeypox, she has, really, put two of them together, highlighting the fact that, if government could have successfully handled COVID, no doubt, it speaks to the track record. She also said that she knows that she has the confidence of the people of St. Mark, and the turnout was nice. In fact, there were no disturbances when I got there, and in the process of casting her ballot, actually there were no disturbances. Likewise, it was a very smooth transition in out quickly, and that in a nutshell somewhat summarizes what Dr. Modest would have said. But I know later we'll have a more comprehensive report on that. However, as it relates to Mr. Alvin Dario, he did his bit just around after 9, something thereabout, and he cast his ballot at the Methodist Church in Guav. There was a nice turnout there, likewise. And speaking to Mr. Dario Kishan, he also spoke confidently. He said, like Dr. Modest, the government has performed, and so they're both confident that they are going to be returned to office. Notwithstanding the fact that the campaign was somewhat short, but the two of them said that look, it's a lovely day, the sun is out in its glory, it's not too hot, and the people are out there, ready to cast their ballot, and so they were just in the process of visiting the different polling stations, seeing how things are going, taking care of their respective polling agents. Sadly, I must say though, when we got there, Mr. Britton was not around. And also, I must say too that in St. John, Miss James, as I understand from one of our agents, had cast her ballot earlier before Mr. Dario, and I think she did it at Mount Granby, where she lived for a while. So we were unable to really catch up with her during that moment, but I will endeavor to get at least some form of comment from either one of them, to see, how it went and what's their take. I know it's the first time for the two of them, so I do expect that there is some level of excitement on their part. But, in a nutshell, that's it for now. The police are out there and the place is rather quiet.
All right, Kevin, we want to say a very special thank you. Of course, we'll be checking again with you a little later on. Should there be any developments, of course, feel free to check in on us.
No problem, Kishan. Have a good one.
All right. Okay, so that was Kevin Frederick station in St. John. Actually, he would have witnessed two of the NMP candidate, Alvin Dabrio and Clarice Modest, casting their ballots already this morning. So, yeah, things are going smooth in some areas and a little kinks in the system in others. The long waits and all of that. We just want to reinforce the point. I know a lot of people probably wondering. We saw the Prime Minister there. He did indicate of, one political party with their agents wearing their T-shirts, etc. But the focal point was that this was his last voting as the Prime Minister. So next time you see him in the next 5 years, he probably will be representing or voting for somebody else. Yep. So remember, he announced earlier that this is his last general election. So this is his last voting, his last nomination, his last voting. Next time he has to cast a ballot would be for the next representative, whoever that will be, for that area. Yep, for those of you still in line, we say hold the patience. Those of you who have to go out there still, don't get yourself too worked up on the lines. Probably by the time you get there, they should be able to work things out so the line would move very smooth. We have a couple areas that we have not touched yet. We touched St. John, we touched St. Patrick. We still have St. Mark. We also have St. Andrew. We touched Carriacou and Petit Martinique already as well. We have the town of St. George that we have not touched. We have the south of the island that we touched already. I'm sure they're still collating videos. Our roving reporter Nikita Hostin, I'm sure she's out there in the field collating her videos to bring back the interviews so we could share all the details, all that's happening on the outside. We've been crunching the figures a while ago, but remember, if you want to look at the figures yourself, you can go onto peogrenada.org. You will be able to gain access to the link so you can view the election results in what we call real time. So it's not delayed time. It's not like before where you have to wait long hours to get the results. It's going to be in quick time, in less than no time. Remember, the results is only preliminary today. Tomorrow is where they have to do their recount. Sometimes things change. Recount sometimes doesn't change the results, but sometimes, things happen. So just to make sure, there must be a recount. If you're wondering, I wonder if the election is going to be free and fair, well, you have the OAS Observer Mission, and you also have the CARICOM Observer Mission. They were here since on the weekend, and that was last weekend, so they were able to be on the ground for the week and, peruse the place. They're going to be in various polling stations looking at the operations and the process. And then in the end, they're going to give the government of the day the report, their findings, areas that need to be tweaked for the next general election. It always happens. And so far, we heard from Karaku, Royal Patterson, stating that the mission there has indicated that the process is smooth so far. But, these are how the things tend to go. We're going to go back to our figures. We also want to say a very special thank you to the people on Magic. And those of you on our Facebook page, those of you who are really and truly sticking out with us during the morning, being there, sharing the good news. Continue to share the live too. We're here with you. We ain't going nowhere. Once you stay with us, we're staying with you as well. So if we could go back and check the figures, let us just remind you that today is not a day for campaigning. You're not supposed to be campaigning today. Any interviews or so must be neutral. You cannot go in the line. So even here at MTV, there's no campaigning material. There is no nothing. Of course, it's the norm that you would chat with the candidates at the end just to get the experience, especially those candidates that are going to probably used to casting their ballots, but they're now casting their ballot as a candidate. So there is a different feeling, or there should be a different feeling, in terms of hoping that you are elected so that you could serve your constituency. So outside of that, remember all the paraphernalias for the different political parties. You got to leave those at home. And if your vehicle have your stickers, you will have to keep that vehicle away from the 100 yards. So as you enter into the polling divisions, then you would see the 100 yards. So you have to stay behind. You wouldn't be able to put on any party colors whatsoever. So all the little wristbands and all of that, you have to put it in your pocket or leave it at home. So make sure you check yourselves properly. Make sure there is nothing green, yellow, red, or whatever it is flying anywhere. You could do that after 5 o'clock when the polling station is closed, and as you gear up for the results, you could put on back all that. But as long as you're in the line, you would not be able to have those on. Remember, the polling station closes at 5 o'clock. So if you're in the line by 5 or 5 o'clock, you would be allowed to cast your ballot. Once you get to the polling division and you notice the police in the back of the line, it is after 5 o'clock. You would not be able to join the line because the station closed at 5. So those of you who probably got very tired of waiting and decided, well, I'll make a little spin and come back, try and go back before 5 o'clock. Yep, don't get left. Be counted. Right, so we're going to go back to the figures. We were in St. Patrick's West. So let's see if we can go to another constituency so we could share the details with you. We did St. Patrick East. And let's see if we would be able to link up with another reporter soon. But in the meantime, while I try to get the data back up and running again, let's see if we could remind you of the changes. All right, so we're going to go to St. Andrew Southeast. In that area, we had 4,534 registered voters in 2018. Under the NMP ticket was Emmeline Pear, and she was able to gain 2,292 votes to win the seat. Under the NDC ticket was Patrick Simmons, 1,134. So we've been kind of gauging in terms of the margins when it comes to these candidates. So the big picture is canvassing. How active was the canvassing? How active was the campaigning? Did it actually work? Would there be an increase in terms of voter registration? Was there an increase in voters coming out to cast their ballot? All of that we're going to know a little later on in terms of who. It could be a tight one. It could be a far one. The margins could be close, but we still don't know until the polling divisions are closed and the ballot starts to count. All right, so that was St. Andrew Southeast for you. If we go down to St. Andrew Southwest, right, remember all of this is 2018, right? We're just going back to the details to tell you exactly what happened in 2018. So when we look at St. Andrew Southwest, under the NMP tickets, we had Yolan Bain Hosford. 4,818 persons were registered to vote. Yolan Bain Hosford was able to muster 1,978 to gain the seat. Closely followed by NDC Sylvester Qualis, 1,529. And we also had an independent candidate in the name of John Richard Fletcher. He mustered 34 votes. So there you had it, St. Andrew Southwest in 2018. Yolan Bain Hosford, 1,978. Would she be able to gain momentum and gain additional votes? And as it relates to the NDC Sylvester Qualis, 1,529. Would the candidate be able to gain some much needed votes to bring him back up to the table and capture the seat? Well, that alone would tell how the voters go this morning into the day and when the polling station closed, when the results are out. We're just sharing the stats as it relates to 2018. Then we move to St. Andrew Northeast. All right. In St. Andrew Northeast, we had Kate Lewis. 4,946 people would have registered to vote. Kate Lewis was able to get 2,301. Right, that's under the NMP ticket. Under the NDC ticket, Terry Hilaire was able to muster 1,675. Again, we look at the margins. Let's see what's going to happen today. Only time alone would tell whether or not the canvassing between the both parties worked, whether or not the margin is going to get a little bit more narrow. Only the time will tell. And it depends on you if you go out to vote, where and who would be or form the next government. Then we have the last and final seat, St. Andrew Northwest. All right, on the NMP side was represented by Delma Thomas. She was able to muster 2,012. 4,437 was registered to vote. Under the NDC ticket, we had Philip Alexander. He got 1,510. So that was for St. Andrew Northwest. So there you had it. That was the roundup for that 15 constituency in 2018, where it went, what happened, the margin, by how much. So later on, you can go there, peogrenada.org. You could look at the chat, you could analyze yourself, and then you could get that determination as to whether or not there was an increase in voter registration, was there an increase in voter turnout. We're hearing about the long lines, but we could only tell that when the votes are counted a little later on. Remember, the police would have gone out and they would have cast their ballots on Monday. 917 police officers were registered to vote. Their votes will be counted today. So if you're thinking that their votes were counted on Monday, no. The votes will be counted today, mixed with the others, and then we put everything in one. Yep, we want you all to be safe today. Remember, if you're going out and you're COVID positive, you wear your mask, identify yourself to the presiding officer in your polling division, and they would give you the priority to cast your ballot, and you can vacate the premises in quick time. You don't have to join the line. So just in case you're COVID positive and wondering if you would be allowed, yeah, you would be allowed to cast your ballot, but there will be special provisions made for you to do so. If you have any concerns as it relates to your voter registration card, yeah, if you have the card and it's updated, if it's the new one, you walk with it. If you don't have one, in the absence, once your name is on the list, that is what matters. You go into your polling division and you identify yourself. Once your name is on the list, you would be allowed to vote. So don't think that, okay, because you don't have the card, you're not allowed. While you're home, you could check your lists online and see if your name is there. And if not, when you get to the polling division, there is always the list hanging in front of the entrance in most instances. You check those and make sure. As you hit the 100 yard, there's often party agents and persons there. You can also go there and check the list before you enter the 100 yard, just in the event your name is not there. We heard about some of the isolated issues in St. David, where some people have cards, but names are not on the list. But you know how these things go. So for now, we're going to share with you some of the information regarding the changes in some of the polling divisions. And these were submitted by the Parliamentary Elections Office, right? And basically they made these changes based on your concerns and to accommodate persons with special needs, especially persons with disabilities. They would have made some adjustments in terms of certain polling divisions. So if you're just joining us, we did make mention of it earlier, but for those of you who are still home or just joining in, we would not want you to get into wrong spaces. So we go to St. Andrew Southeast, polling division B01, which was at the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, will now be at the Telescope Primary School. So instead of going to the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary, you move over to the Telescope Primary School, right? Then polling division B10, which was at the Hansel Japal's residence, will now be at the Mamikans Community Center. So that's for those of you who are at St. Andrew Southeast and using those two polling divisions. Polling division B01, you're now going to Telescope Primary School, and polling division B10, you're now going to Mamikans Community Center. So you're not going where you would have gone in 2018. Right, in St. Andrew Northeast, polling division D03, formerly at Pearls Community Center, will now be situated at the Grenada Christian Academy. So if you're in polling division D03, you're going to the Grenada Christian Academy. And in St. David, if you were in polling division F01, you are no longer going to the Perlmutter Health Center. You're going to the Communal Credit Union building in Perlmutter in St. David. So that's if you're in St. David in polling division F01, right? So it's not changes all over. It's just a few of them. When we go to the town of St. George, if you are in polling division G05, you're going to St. Joseph you're not going to St. Joseph Convent, you're going to Norton Hall. So that's for the town of St. George if you are in polling division G05. We have another reporter, Abigail McIntyre. Let's cross over to her. Abigail, good morning. All right, so while we wait for Abigail to connect with us, let's go down to the other chain, St. Andrew Northwest polling division J02, which was located in Lacroix building in Grand Mall. You're now going to go in Pier 57 restaurant in Grand Mall. So that's for those of you in St. George's Northwest on the polling division J02. You're not going to Lacroix, you're going to Pier 57 in Grand Mall. Right, we move down to the south of the island, St. George's South. If you used to vote at the Sandino Block Plant and you're in Division L07, you're now going at the Blessed Sacrament RC School in Grandans. So if you're in the polling Division L07, you're not going to Sandino Plant, you're going to the Blessed Sacrament RC School. We had Donella hosting there a while ago, showing us the line and so on. All right, so we're going to cross over to Abigail McIntyre. Abigail, good morning. What's happening on your side?
Well, I am at the Telescope Primary School, and we just witnessed the voting of Mrs. Emmeline Pear, and she's actually pulling up in this vehicle right now because we had to, well, as you know, the rules are we have to stay outside of the 100-yard mark. We cannot conduct any interviews there, so we had to come out of the mark, so she had to drive up. And the sun is blazing, it's very hot.
Yeah, good morning, Minister.
But we're here with GBN and we're about to start. So good morning, Minister. Good morning. You are live right here with us on GIS and MTV and GBN
as well.
Yes.
It's an honor to be live.
Definitely. So, Minister, you just voted, and so tell us about your feelings. That's the fingers and everything. What are you feeling right now?
Humbled and honored that I did my civic duty for country.
Definitely. In terms of your feeling, because I realized this year a lot of persons turned out very early. It is the first time that I've seen that kind of a number so early in the morning. Like people were waiting 3 a.m. this morning, and they could not have been here early enough. What are your thoughts on this based on your experience over the years?
It's amazing what I've seen thus far this morning. You're right. Persons came out very, very early. As a matter of fact, long before the polling station, maybe long before the presiding officer got there. and they were just anxious to vote, right? And I really want to commend people for that show of patriotism, because I always say this is not about party and this is not about individuals, this is about Grenada. And so the move by persons to come out to vote today, I believe it's good for the country.
Okay, and Minister, what are you in terms of later on this evening? Where can we find you?
Well, I've said it several times. We would be in Telescope, and then we more than likely would go Busheshu.
All right.
So wherever the leader goes, we follow.
Definitely.
And so, but we owe the people of the constituency to spend some time with them after this activity. So
Yes.
immediately after, we are going to be right here in Telescope, and then we're going to follow the party thereafter.
Minister, what was the voting process like for you? Tell me what was your voting process like?
So the regular, like everyone else, of course, you know, as the candidate, you have the opportunity to enter the polling station and to engage with your agent. So I did that this morning already. I did the entire constituency, all 10 polling divisions. Some of them do have more than one booth. I visited every single one. And then I'm back now to do my duty, right? And so I went through the same process. I didn't have to wait on the line as the candidate, but I chose to. The line was not very long at that particular booth. And of course, you take your ballot as everybody else. You stain your finger as everybody else. The evidence is there.
Yes.
And you vote once. And of course, I didn't have a choice, Emlyn Pierre. I gave her my vote.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Minister, and all the
Thank you very
best.
much, Minister, and all the best.
So, Kishan, there you have it. To all our viewers and listeners, and so we just spoke to the Mrs. Emlyn Pear, because it's not honorable anymore. We are actually awaiting, the results later on to see if she is going to be honorable, in fact. But just some little facts that our viewers may need to know, and I'm just trying to walk away from the noise and the bustle with the vehicles and so a bit. Emlyn Pear would have been a senator since the year 2003 to 2008, and she would have served as Minister for Youth during that particular time. In 2008, she ran, and she would have lost her seat there, because you would remember that she lost to that would have been, can't remember his name right now, Patrick Simmons, Mr. Patrick Simmons, exactly. And she would have lost to him with a very marginal amount of, I think it was 75 or something like that. But, she came back again, and she was able to regain her seat in 2013, and then again in 2018. And she, as we heard, hoping for the best this round again in 2022. I would have found out that earlier it had a lot of people here. Let me see if I can go closer. So you can just see from behind me what's happening there. We have some people just standing on the outside a bit. It's very difficult to get it because, we can't go too closely in there. But we had people coming in very early this morning. The lines are stretched all out into the streets heading up the road and that kind of thing. It has died down since, but you can still see persons coming in and going out and so on. But it's one of the biggest polling stations in this constituency, and they're really getting a lot of work done here. From here, we're going to be going over to witness the voting of Mr. David Andrews, so we hope to bring that to you very soon.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. We will link with you a little later.
Definitely, okay.
Yes. So yeah,
Ballot of Emlyn Pear, and they're roving about. It's kind of, we have to keep up with them at times. And of course, let me apologize for the shakiness. They're actually on the go, and that's what happens. It's not a steady moment. They're trying to capture every moment so we can share the moments with you. Wherever possible, when they can keep it steady, they can. But of course, they're on the go, they're moving about, so you can expect certain movements at certain point. I think we have Tonya St. Louis Lawrence with us again. Tonya?
Hi, Sean.
Hi, tell us what's going on with you.
Okay, so we are still at the St. David's Magistrates Court. Political leader Deacon Mitchell just went in to cast his ballot. So we are awaiting him coming out now. He should be coming out shortly to speak to the media. The people are still expressing their frustration because They have been here for quite a while now and they're unable to go in to vote. So they're getting really frustrated, but according to them, they're not leaving until they cast their ballots. They are willing to stand here for the entire day if that's what it takes for them to cast their ballots here today. So we are here just waiting.
I take it that there has not been any improvement since our last conversation.
No, the people are questioning why is the process taking so long. They have been waiting and no one is saying anything to them as to what the delay could be, what is the reason for the delay.
All right. Any other issues besides that of the long lines and the frustration and all of that? What are the kind of feeling you're getting on the ground?
Outside of that, everybody is calm. Everybody is expected of them on election day. There is no hiccups where the police had to get involved. So everybody is just calm. Their only frustration is the process is too long. And they believe that for the next general election, something should be done to improve that.
And have you noticed any of the observer mission on that side, be the OAS or any observer mission from CARICOM?
No, I have been here for quite a while, for almost all morning, and I have not seen any of the observers pass by or in or out of the polling stations. And there are 2 polling stations here, and I haven't seen any of the observers.
And on a lighter note, have you inked your finger?
No, I did not do that as yet. So that is why I am anxious here, just as the people. I am ready to go and vote. I have to go all the way back to St. Andrew. So I would be doing that soon. As soon as I'm finished working, I would be doing that soon. So now I need to move to the other side because he would be he's not exiting where he entered. So I am moving to the other side of the polling station so that I can get him coming out.
Okay.
Okay, so he is here. So he has cast his ballots and he's here.
All right.
So yes, Kishon. So according to Mr. Mitchell, there is a lot of people here that are still waiting. So he did not cast his ballots as yet. He will be back to vote soon. So he just came to get a feeling as to what was really going on the ground. So he didn't vote as yet.
Oh, so he has not cast his ballots as yet?
No, he's just going around to the different polling stations in his constituency to make sure everything is on par, everything is going as planned, and just ensuring that everybody gets a chance to exercise their civic right.
Okay, so I would leave you to see if you can source an interview, and if you can link back with me once you do.
Okay, so yes, Kishon, so he is about to do that now. He is going in. He is about to do it now.
Okay. So I would leave you for the time being. I think when he's completed and you source your interview.
We have Miss Janice Augustine here with us. She has been on the ground all morning. Just give us a feeling as to what you experienced here thus far.
I think the most important thing to note around here is the frustration. Well, people are starting to get frustrated. People are starting to get antsy because there are people in this line presently who have been here since 5:30 this morning, and they're not understanding what is taking so long in terms of walking in, verifying ID, collecting a ballot paper, and going into the voting booth. So we're basically trying to tell each other to be okay, keep in the line. But I think that is the biggest concern coming out of the people gathered in line. It's very, very difficult. And because some people are saying they came here with the intention of coming in and vote quickly and heading to work, and they're still online at this hour of the day. So I think that is the biggest concern coming out of the people here today. I got here around probably 7:30, and I met the line. The line was way back to the parliamentary elections office. The line has calmed down a lot, at this point. But there's still a constant trickling of persons coming to vote. But actually getting into the building is the difficult part. The people that have been standing there in this line from 5:30 this morning.
We also have some people there making claims that they're in the line, but the workers inside are coming out and they're calling in people and ignoring them that have been there since 5. Have you noticed any of this happening?
I think the marshal came out and got some, I think, hospital workers, some like essential workers who kind of needed to be off. So I think he did come out and get some specific people. But that is not the holdup because that happened a while now.
Okay.
And the line, if you notice, the people you met online, how long have you been here?
Since 8 o'clock.
You
It's the
were
same
here
people
since
that are
8,
here.
and it's
Yeah.
the same people still at the head of the line. It's barely moving. So we're not understanding why it's so slow.
Yes, Kishon. So there you had it. Ms. Augustine was just giving us an update as to what she experienced having been here from since 7. So we are now awaiting the return of Mr. Mitchell, who is in who?
Okay, Tonya, so once he exits the building and you get to source your interview, if you do, then you would be able to connect with us again so we can.
Yes, well, once he comes out, he will be ready to do the interview once he comes out of the polling station.
All right, so we'll check in with you shortly.
Okay.
In St. David, and they were just talking about the tedious lines. There haven't been that much improvement. The political leader, Deacon Mitchell, is actually in the process in the building to cast his ballot. It is his first time casting his ballot as the political leader of the NDC. So we will connect with Tonya a little later on when he returns from casting his ballot, once she secures an interview with him. So there are some areas that seem to be a little bit slower than some. Maybe it can be expected because of the heavy voter turnout and the larger constituencies. We saw the same happening in the south of the island, particularly in the Blessed Sacrament Church where Donella Hostin is based. Maybe we can check in with her a little later on to see what's happening there. So now that things are happening, the reporters seem to be coming in fast and furious, but that's good. At least we're getting the information. Is there somebody else at hand? I think I see GIS. All right, okay. So in the meantime, while we wait to see who the next reporter is so we can identify them, what we can tell you is that, well, we stopped at the changes in the location. So once we could identify who the reporters are, then we'll go back on the ground again. We have to go back to Tonya after this when Deacon comes out, and then we will do the rest from there. Okay, so we'll go back to Tonya at this time. Tonya?
Yes, Kishan. So we are here at the St. David's police station at the magistrate's court. We're here with political leader of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Deacon Mitchell. You went in, you're back out, your finger is in the air. This is a proof you did what you have to do. Tell us how the process went for you.
Prosperous.
Okay, I know you were on the ground all morning. You've been to all the different police stations in your constituency. What is the feeling like? What is the feeling you're getting on the ground?
This is a lot of energy. The lines are long. I think. The only concern I have is that some of the polling does seem to be a bit slow. That I would like the fingers back 6 minutes. Just want to make sure that the process is as efficient as possible. Get the voting done and get all the rest of it. Well, I think partly the message we've delivered, partly the way we've managed the campaign. But I think Grenadians are really galvanized about taking part in the elections, about bringing the change that Grenadians want. Testimony to the fact that the population about right. It reminds time and time again. we hope this continues not just for this election, but on the issue that Canadians are doing hard that they come out and execute on election day. But I think it's a critical part to ensure that we can engage our community to remain engaged in the process, remain engaged in the democratic process, remain engaged in governance of the country. The challenge is we don't get us involved. We don't have an avenue present to contribute to the bill, to get the happen. And I think that happened prior. So I'm very happy that the things that I was thinking of place. Many of them having it for quite a while. The fact that it's still there is just to make sure that they all right.
Okay.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so there we had it, Kishon, Mr. Deacon Mitchell. Just as he came out of the polling station, just pull up the finger. Kishon?
Hi, I'm here with you.
Okay, so Mr. Mitchell, is there anything else you wanted to ask him? I don't know, any other concerns that you may have?
Well, I just want to ask, I mean, how does it feel? He probably is not casting his ballot as a regular person, but he cast his ballot as a political leader for the first time. So how does that feel?
Well, I haven't just thought about it. I'm asking for political leader. You know, I think every candidate, every vote counts, every vote is equal. And so from that perspective, I'm just happy to be part of the process. As political leader of the party, obviously, I want to ensure that I win my seat. And I want to ensure that the National Democratic Congress wins the election. But we've done what we could up to this point. The bottom line is, at the end of the day, we require to make a decision. We are confident that we can make a decision in favor of the National Democratic Congress. We're celebrating the seat.
And that celebration will be there?
That's it.
All right. Thank you very much and all the best.
Kishon, oh yes, and there we have it. So Kishon, the next time I would be liaising with you would be here up in St. David. I am going now by Mr. Oliver Joseph, the candidate for the new national party that would be up at Latans in St. David. So once I am there, I would liaise with you again.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, so St. Louis Lawrence out there in St. David. She's heading to Latan to get the casting of the ballot of the next candidate, the NMP candidate, Oliver Joseph. You just saw the political leader for the NDC, Deacon Mitchell, casting his ballot for the first time as political leader. Of course, he expressed his concerns in terms of the long lines, etc. So now we have another reporter. We have Nisha Peters with us. Nisha, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, so tell us where you are. I'm excellent. Tell us where you are and what's happening.
I'm currently at the Paraclete Government School. Hold on a second. The MP for the area, Ms. Thomas, she just stepped in to vote. So we're just waiting for her to come out.
Okay, and how has the process been overall for the morning since you've been there?
Relatively slow. I can see the lines are not that long. The people are coming out one by one. But the process has been going really smooth, I must say.
So any agitation? No one sounds agitated or seem agitated?
No, not at all. It's very peaceful. No, it's a nice hot day out here.
Okay. So Delma Thomas, the candidate, she is inside or she's preparing to exit the building?
She's currently inside casting her vote, so she should be coming out anytime from now.
Okay, so once she starts to exit the building, you can link with us again. You don't have to leave. You could just mute your microphone and mute your camera. And once she gets,
I won't. I'm here.
Then you can join me.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Who is in the process of casting her ballot. So once she exits the building, she will try to seek to get an interview, of course, as to how the experience was this morning. It is her second time. She's contesting and hoping to gain her seat for yet another term. Only time alone will tell what's going to happen. Today, election day. It is a day that everyone has been anticipating and everyone was hoping that will come to an end. We saw all the back and forth in the last couple of weeks social media, friends, and everything else. So today is what we say the last day of all the political rant and waving. We all expecting a holiday tomorrow, Friday, wherever the wind blows, whether it blows to the NDCN or it blows to the NMPN. I think the whole population is awaiting to see who is going to be the one. All right, Nisha, are you ready for me? Okay, I don't think Nisha is ready as yet. I think when she is, we will connect with her again. So while we wait on Nisha and we wait for Delma Thomas to exit the building, we want to just go back to... Okay. All right. So we're waiting on Nisha, and also we have Donella, who's in the south, who is going to bring us up to speed with what's going on. We have Andy Williams, who is about to cast his ballot, or probably on his way to exit the building. Donella Hostin is going to bring us up to speed with what's happening. But while we wait on the both of them, let's just go back to the changes in the polling divisions. We were at St. John, so we would have crossed over everything else. So we were in John, so the polling division M07, formerly at the Cocoa Grove Community Center, is now located at the Florida Government School. So if you are in St. John and you are going to be voting at the polling division M07, you're going to the Florida Government School and not the Cocoa Grove Community Center, right? That is for if you're in St. John and you are at M07, polling division M07. If you are in St. Mark and you're in the polling division N03, then you're going to the Victoria Child Development Center and not the Victoria Hotel. All right, so you have to keep those in mind. If you're still at home and you're still not sure, you don't want to be caught by surprise. There was some little slight changes in some of the polling division because they wanted to give some priority to persons with disabilities and so on. And of course, the elderly, easy access. So we just did St. Mark, and the final one was St. Patrick West. So persons registered within polling division R05, you are going to that's polling division R05, you're going to the St. Patrick RC School. So we're going back over to Nisha, who has Delma Thomas with her. Nisha, we are back with me.
Hi, Keisha. Yes, I am. As you can see, I'm here.
Okay, so let's hear from Delma Thomas. You've inked your finger for yet another time, hoping to gain your seat again. Tell us about the feeling. What's going on with your emotions this morning?
Excited. So I have exercised my civic duty to vote for myself, and the feelings, it's a happy feeling knowing that later I'm expected to create history in the constituency of San Andrew Northwest, where it's the first time you have a candidate who will win 3 consecutive terms. So I look forward to that victory after 6 o'clock when the results are in, and I look forward to MTV covering that momentous and historic occasion in the constituency of San Andrew Northwest.
Okay, and your confidence level. Well, I can't ask you what your confidence level, because I recognize your confidence level is exceedingly high. Are you satisfied with the process, though? How has the process been? Are you satisfied with the voting process this morning?
Yes, and I also satisfied with the level of turnout, and the enthusiasm by supporters. The truth is that I was awoken before 3 o'clock this morning from supporters within my village, where they came with drums and stuff at my gate to wake me up. When I planned to wake up 5, I was up long before 5 because they were ready to go and vote, and so they came out in their numbers, and I look forward to the results later.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, and all the best, and best of luck for you later on.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, Nisha, we want to say a very special thank you. And should there be any other developments, feel free to check in on us, but we'll check in on you a little later.
Okay, thank you very much, Nisha. So just let me know to go on, please.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was Nisha Peters with Delma Thomas, who just cast her ballot. And of course, You heard her say she's going in for third consecutive win. She already won twice, so this will be the third one. Yep, they say one for the road, but let's see if they will indeed get the one for the road. Well, later we'll find that out. We had Donella hosting with us down at the South. Is Donella there or she's gone? Okay, so we're going to wait for Donella to reintroduce herself back again. Like I say, we want you to be very patient with us today. You know, these people, they've been roving since morning, so they're going to be back and forth. Sometimes we get little glitches here and there, but we try to keep it as steady as possible. But it's all in the quest of keeping you in the know and making sure that you get the information and knowing exactly what's happening out there firsthand. So, yes, so, you know, just be a little bit lenient with us. Y'all been doing a good job so far. You know, y'all been behaving on Facebook. Y'all ain't getting no problems, you know. Express yourself nicely. Remember, there's no campaigning, there's no nothing. You know, keep your little campaign thoughts to yourself. Probably a message your friends, but, you know, let me try not to post anything. You know, let's keep it clean, keep it nice. You know, we already have people who are frustrated in the lines and so we want to make sure that people keep it good. Yep. So, so that was the list of things that we mentioned in terms of the changes of the polling divisions. So you take note of them. We will repeat them a little later on again, but you take note of them. It's just those changes. Everything have not changed. In case you're still wondering about your voter cards, if you have your voter cards, you can use them. If you don't have it, in the absence of the voter cards, you can check the list, make sure your name is on the list, and if it is on the list, you would be eligible to cast your ballot. You would have to see the presiding officer. There is an oath. As long as you make the oath and say, well, okay, this is me, and this is the day of technology. So don't think you're going to go there and say use Peter, and then when you reach there, use not Peter. Grenada very small, so you ain't getting away with that one. But let's keep it good. Let's be truthful in everything that we do, and let's keep it very clean as possible. Those of you in the lines, well, trust me, bear patience. It's for a good cause. So bear patience, you know, get somebody to bring you a little bottle of water, you know, quench yourself, you know, keep yourself hydrated, and so on and so forth. Those of you who already inked up your finger, well, best of luck for whoever you ink your fingers for. Yeah, so in the meantime, we have to check in with Donella. We still have to do St. Mark. We have not touched St. Mark. We still have sections of St. Andrew to touch. We just touched St. David. We saw Deacon Mitchell inking his finger. We also saw the political leader for the New National Party, Dr. Keith Mitchell. He also did his earlier. So at least we know that the two political leaders have already inked their fingers. Of course, in St. David, they talk of the long queues and the long wait, persons being out since early as 5 a.m. in the morning. While in some other areas, it's been a very quiet one. So we have not even gotten to half of the day yet, but nonetheless. What else do we have to share again? Oh, remember, if you're COVID positive, nobody's stopping you from going out to vote. You can still go out and cast your ballots. Even if you're COVID positive, you just make sure don't join the line. All you got to do is check in with your presiding officer, and they will deal with you accordingly. Yep, so nobody's going to be left out of the equation. Everybody gets left. Remember, when you head into the polling division, there are what you call priority lines. So don't get upset and irate if you see the marshals or the electoral marshals come in and take people. They have to give priority to the essential workers, so the police and doctors and so on. Well, the police officers who have not voted on Monday, that's because, right? That's because, you know, your name probably was not registered as a police officer. So just in case you missed it, we're going to backtrack to the Prime Minister's voting. Am I correct? Prime Minister's voting on early up this morning.
So this is you see what I'm telling me? Rotate the
bit. Like I say, you know, we try to do as much as we can to keep you updated. So this is expected at times, but we're going to be joining Tanya St. Louis Lawrence. She's actually in St. David. They're roving around for the day, so they will be in different places. So we capture them when we can because, you know, this is fast paced now. Is Tanya there with me or she's not here as yet? All right, so while we wait on Tanya to come in, remember, today is not a day for campaigning. It's also not a day for wearing any party colors if you're going to the polling division. If your vehicle have any stickers or marks of any one political party, then you'll have to keep your vehicle away from the 100-yard mark. No party paraphernalias. You got to leave those at home. You put on those at 5 o'clock when the polling stations are closed and you are away from the 100-yard. Once you're within the 100-yard, then you have to maintain that order. Okay? And 5 p.m. is when the polling stations would close. So if you get to the polling station after 5, then you would not be able to cast your ballot. So once you get to the polling division and you see a police officer standing at the end of the line, then you know you're late. So better luck next time. Yeah? Okay. So remember to keep those things in mind. And you can't play any song system. So if you want to play a song system now, you would not be able to play any song system at this particular point. You play a song system after 5 o'clock. No selling of alcohol beverage today. Well, not for the whole day. From now. Well, from since 6 o'clock this morning until 5. No alcohol. Yep. So remember, you could hold up, man, until 5 o'clock. That's okay. Drink some water or something. But you would not be able to sell. So don't go and try to get these shopkeepers and bar places in trouble by going and try to secretly drink anything. You cannot drink now. We want you to go and cast your ballot on a sober, steady head. Think, make the choices that you want to make. And like they say, think of your future, think of your family. I'm not a political person, so think of your future, think of your family. And think and do the right thing and behave yourselves when the time comes. Right? Okay, so we still have St. Mark waiting. We still have sections of St. Andrew waiting. We still have, probably a little later on, touch base again with our friend on the sister aisle. We had Raul Patterson earlier, of course, who did indicate about the turnout and so on. Could we take a break and then we could come back and see who or which of the reporters would be ready to give us a sense of what's going on at this hour? Or could we share some information or something of the sort? All right, so remember we're live on Magic FM, of course, and don't forget to tune in a little later on. Later on, we'll be joining Brenda Batiste and her panel, and that would include Byron Campbell and Christopher Diali. They are the political experts, so they are the ones who will be looking at the figures and making all the analysis for you. By that time, the majority of you would have cast your ballots. And of course, you could feel free to go on peogrenada.org and you will be able to get details there. You could watch the election results from 2018 and sort of, you know, look back and see, well, okay, well, who did well, who didn't do well. Remember, we spoke about the margins. That's important. We have to watch the margins, and the margins follows the canvassing and all of these things. We sometimes just see these candidates just there and we think, well, you know, it's just all about the campaign. It's not always just about the campaign. It also has a lot to do with the canvassing, the getting people to register in the lead up to what they anticipate will be an election year. Sometimes we don't know when it's going to be, but there is a lot of what happens behind the scenes. So we call that what we call, you know, back-end work. So we see the stage, we see the jump up, we see everything else, but there's a lot that takes place behind. So at the end of voting today, a lot of us would know which one of the party made the push to become the next government of the day. And it does not mean that the both political parties didn't push, you know, but who probably would have pushed a little harder? Is it going to be continuity when it comes to the new National Party, or is it going to be the National Democratic Congress with a level of youthfulness? We heard all the debates, all the reports, we heard all from the sides, we saw the manifestos, even if they were a little bit late, but we heard the manifestos and what's in there. We heard that pension has been on top of the radar. So yeah, there's a lot. So we're going to go back to Tonya and see where she's at. She is in St. David's, but let's see which part of St. David's. I know she said she was going to Latant. So Tonya, you're here with me?
Yes, Kishon.
All right.
Station where the candidate for the new National Party, Mr. Oliver Joseph, is inside casting his ballots.
What's the environment like on that side?
Speak to him before he went in, and having visited all the other polling station in his constituency, he is pleased with what he's seen thus far. He's pleased with the process. All of the concerns seems to be coming from the polling station down at the St. David's Magistrates Court, where it's a bit slower than the other polling stations. So they are all concerned about that process. But according to him, all the other polling divisions that he went to, the process is going smoothly.
Okay.
A number of people came out. They're pleased with the numbers that they're seeing. There are lots of lines, and what is of note too, though, by the candidates is the number of young people that are out this morning.
Right.
So he's not inside, and as soon as he gets back out, he would speak to us live.
Okay, so once he exits the building and you get a hold of him, then we would link up again. So I would see you shortly.
Sure.
And she is in Latant in St. David, where she's awaiting the exit of Oliver Joseph, the NMP candidate for St. David. He's actually up against the political leader of the NDC, Deacon Mitchell, who would have cast his ballot just a while ago. So another huge seat that a lot of people anticipating. Oliver Joseph is the one who would have been able to get that seat in 2018. So let's see if he can manage to retain his seat again. So there's quite a few seats that we could say is of interest. A lot of people have their eyes on St. David, of course, with the political leader being pretty much young and new into politics. And then we have St. George's South. We have Andy Williams with the NDC, and we have Nolan Cox of the NNP. So another seat that a lot of people is going to be looking at, primarily so St. George's South, considering that it is the largest constituency across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So there is a bigger eye over there to see which one of the candidates is really going to pull it off. I mean, these two candidates have been head and head in the campaign. A lot has been going on. They have been on the ground before they entered politics and even after. So it is one of the seats that a lot of people I know is probably anxiously awaiting to see who is going to. St. George's Northwest is also Northeast, is also another kind of favored constituency. We have two newcomers in that area, so we're going to see where it goes. We know we're familiar with Tobias Clement. He's not contesting this time around. It was Tobias Clement and Nazim Burke. Tobias Clement was able to capture the seat in 2018, so let's see this time around if the NNP would be able to retain that constituency. There's a couple others that it seems to be of interest, but like we say, only time alone will tell where these votes are going to swing. Remember, we said earlier, the margin for the new National Party in the last election was 10,543 votes ahead of the NDC. Would they be able to probably not maintain this margin but increase on the margin, or have they lost on the margin? So that will tell. We're hearing a lot of the youths coming out and casting their ballots. We're hearing a lot of the lines. The lines may not necessarily, long lines and the long waits to vote may not necessarily mean there's kinks in the system, but because of the constituency could be so large and you have a larger voter turnout, then You hear some people saying that, okay, in 2018, the lines were not as long as now. So we cannot safely say that we probably have an increase in registration. Maybe we have, but we cannot say that, okay, the voter turnout is actually more than 2018. We have to wait until the ballots are counted to make that determination. So when the election is over and we get all the summary and we could put things together and put the figures together and all of that, we could come to that conclusion. So we're not concluding anything here today because I want nobody to say how MTV concluding their own thing. We're just analyzing from 2018 and we're analyzing the potential of what could happen on either side of the fence. So while we wait on Tanya to see what's going to be Oliver Joseph's response, let me just remind you of some of the rules. So you're not supposed, well, I see some people have it already, so maybe you manage to put your finger in there. Because remember, the Parliamentary Election Office talk about the ladies with their fingers, their long fingernails, you had to either take it out because your fingers would not be able to go inside there. But I saw some people manage. So if you manage to put it in, well, that's okay. Remember, you're not supposed to go into the polling station or the polling booth with any mobile device.
Keisha?
Hi, Nisha, you back with me? Hello.
I am here with Miss Gloria Thomas. We at the St. Mary's Irish School where she just casted her ballot. So as you can see, she's here.
Hi, Miss Thomas, how you do?
Hi, I'm doing okay.
Okay, so tell us about the process. You've inked your finger now as a candidate. You probably inked your finger before as a regular citizen, but you've inked your finger as a candidate. Tell us about your experience.
Your experience and everything. Okay, well, I came in and my number was located on the voters list by the poll clerk, and she confirmed I was a registered voter. The presiding officer gave me the instructions and handed me the ballots. I went in, I cast my vote, I returned it to the presiding officer, who received it, asked me to dip my hand in the ink, and then I deposited my ballot.
All right, so tell me about your confidence level.
My confidence level is right up. I'll be the candidate selected for the Northwest when the count is done this afternoon.
All right.
I have done the work. The people are calling for change, and the whole mood of the people in the constituency is one where they want Ms. Thomas, Gloria Thomas, to represent them.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, and are you satisfied with the process overall? I mean, you have probably been on the ground this morning and you've been witnessing stuff. Are you satisfied with the process?
Well, so far, I am satisfied with the process. I've not received any complaint from my agents. I checked with most of them. I have not been to Birch Grove yet, but the other polling stations have been there. I inquired of how things are going, and everybody said that they were satisfied. No complaints at the point when I visited. I didn't even get a call to say, well, they have any objection or anything like that. So far, so good.
All right, thank you very much, Gloria Thomas, the candidate for the NDC St. Andrews Northwest. All the best to you and good luck.
And the next representative for St. Andrews Northwest.
All right, good luck and all the best for later. All right,
okay.
So that was Nisha Peters with Gloria Thomas.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Oliver Joseph, the NMP candidate for St. David. Hi, Tonya. Hi, Tonya.
Okay, hi.
Will the time will differ. You may see some people say so because some people, I worked as presiding officer for 6 general elections. The only time I was not a presiding officer was when I was a candidate. So I made it slow and fast, some more efficient and others. But I think when people this is such an important decision, the time doesn't matter. You stick it out. By 12 o'clock, you pass wrong, there'll be nobody there to vote. So I've said to some of my people, like the elderly, don't try to bring them out in the first 2 hours. Bring them out between 12 and 2. And that is what we're going to do now. We're going to look for the people who need wheelchair assistance and so on to get them. Because if you bring them at 6, remember, the line is crowded early because people want to go to work, you know. So they're going to go and vote for us. So why would you want to crowd the line with people who do not have that kind of urgency? So yes, you will see some problem with lines and things, but that is minor. The main thing is it is peaceful. The process is going on smoothly, and we will assure, and like Grenada has always been written, for a fair and free election. And that is the most important thing. And people exercising their democratic rights. That today is critical, because our forefathers fought for the rights of adult suffrage. And I think that today people enjoy that freedom, and they should really exercise that right to vote for the candidate of their choice.
Okay, so yes, Kishan. So we are here with Mr. Joseph. Kishan.
Hi,
Mr.
I'm
Joseph,
here.
you're here. His election microscope. Mr. Joseph is here. Kishan, go right ahead.
Mr. Joseph, tell me about your experience this morning. It is not new for you to cast your ballot on election day as a candidate, but tell us about your process, your experience this morning.
Well, this morning from the constituency office, we brought all our indoor and outdoor agents, and then we sent them out in the field for 5 a.m. because people were lining up very early. So we had big queues in all of the 12 polling stations in St. David's, large queues. But that is a normal thing, because for people who have to go to work, they want to vote early to go. So we expected that. So we have said in our plan, we would not bring out people who need assistance during that rush hour. From 12 o'clock, everything will die down. And then we pick back up again about 2, 3. So the process has been going on very good. I just voted there and everything went very smooth. It took me less than 5 minutes to complete the whole process. So I'm pleased with the process. As you know, Grenada have free and fair election. The people come out and exercise their right to choose the party of their choice in an atmosphere that's very peaceful. We had a campaign, no violence, but we are known as a peaceful people. So I'm not surprised. And our game plan, our ground plan for today, from our party, the New National Party, in St. David's, everything working smooth for us. We have nice weather, and we'll ensure that we bring out all our voters so that by 6 p.m. you will have the full results of St. David's.
All right. And what about your confidence level? You're actually contending with a new leader, that is Deacon Mitchell. Tell us, how is your confidence level?
Well, he's coming up against a third-time candidate. So you could imagine my confidence level high. First time victory, second time victory, third time. So my supporter said to me, you were born to be a winner. So go out there brave. And I believe them. I believe I was born to be a winner. And whether it's the deputy leader or the leader makes no difference. The results will show that at 6 p.m.
All right. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, Kishan.
Right,
So
Tonya, anywhere else that you're heading to? You're heading up the road.
yes, you're heading up the road there. You had the 2 candidates that are for the 2 main political parties for St. David. Both are very confident. Both are going all out there, ensuring all of their supporters get to the polling stations. They have organized their buses as per usual, ensuring all the shut-ins and all the elderly and all those who would need that special assistance to get to the polling stations. All that is being done here in St. David as for the other constituencies.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And should anything else develop, we will touch base.
Okay, thank you.
Tonya Santawil-Lawrence, she is in St. David. She's covered the 2 candidates for St. David, political leader Deacon Mitchell, and the final one, the New National Party representative, Oliver Joseph. So all the best to the both of them later on. It was one of the seats that a lot of people have their eyes closely on as well, considering that Deacon is a new contender. Oliver Joseph is heading for his 3rd. Let's see if he will be able to make it 3rd consecutively. All right, so we have not been able to get it live with Andy, but we're going to see what Andy has been up to in the south of the island. Andy Williams is the representative for the National Democratic Congress. He is a newcomer as well, and his name has been buzzing around all long before he actually entered politics. So let's see what Andy has been up to in the south of the island.
what the atmosphere is like, how you feel still going into this. This is the day. Tell us.
Well, going around, you can see a lot of people came out this morning to vote, and to exercise their rights, and that is always a good thing. Like this is a right that have been fought for by our foreparents. Some died for it, and it's good to see that some of us are really exercising that right. So it was good, and it's still going on, and I love the atmosphere, to be honest, and it's an encouraging one. So I'm just going around to all the different polling divisions, just observing the process and making sure everything is okay.
We have people complaining about the process itself,
It's slow.
and it's very slow and tedious, and I see a lot of people going back,
Right.
turning back. What is your advice to these people now? I mean, we still have up to 5 o'clock.
Right. Now, don't get frustrated. Don't let that deter you. I don't want to campaign, but it is your right, and please exercise your rights to vote.
And finally, how do you feel personally? How's it feeling for you today? Are you nervous? Are you
No, I'm not.
excited, or-
I'm not nervous. I just want to make sure everyone go out and vote, because I know once everyone go out and vote, victory is ours. So that's it.
That was Andy Williams, chatting with Donella hosting down in the south of the island, the NDC's contender for this election cycle. We also had Nolan Cox a little earlier on today. I don't think they've cast their ballots just yet. So once they're ready to do so, Donella is going to tune in with us so we could get that casting of ballots within the two candidates down in the south of the island. We've managed to cover St. David. We still have not heard from our Oslin Crosby, who is journeying to St. Mark. We've heard from a little bit on the ground for St. John. We've also heard from the Prime Minister's end. We've heard by Gloria Thomas. We've heard from Delma Thomas. So we still have a couple. We've searched through the Sister Isles of Carriacou. We spoke with Raul Patterson earlier this morning, giving us an insight as to what's happening. So by and large this morning, it's been mixed moods. You have some moods where the lines are long. You have some moods where it's very quiet. This is the time where things tend to die down a little bit, because some of the people who go out early at mornings are the people who have to go out early, so they return back to their jobs. And those who come out in the afternoon period are persons who probably would take the time off from work to take the afternoon train. But what's important the most for you to remember is that the polling station would close at 5. Before they used to say 6 to 6, so it was 6 a.m. this morning until 5 p.m. Right? So remember, no matter what you're doing, if you have not gone down to your respective polling division, then you have up until 5 p.m. to do so. Exercise your rights. If you weren't there and you would have left, well, that's on you. But I think it's all of us. It's all right to ensure that we don't miss out and you cast your ballot. Okay? All right. So in the meantime, could we take a break? Or do we have another reporter that we can link with in the meantime? I know we're waiting on some images from our roving reporter, Nikita. Let's see what we can take a break with in the meantime. And then I see another reporter who just popped up there. We have Annette Moore that is out with us as well. Once we make the connection, we'll find out exactly what's her location and where she's at. Have quite a few of them outside today just to keep you in the know. So those of you remember, we're going live on MTV, also on Magic FM and on our Facebook platform. Those of you on there keeping us company this morning, well, we want to say a very special thank you. Those of you in the diaspora, we say thanks for joining us this morning, keeping us alive and supporting MTV and its election coverage this morning. All right, remember that you have some polling divisions that had to change, so we made mention of them earlier on. So we have to make sure that you... Good morning, Annette. Annette, you need to turn your microphone on so that you would hear me. All right. I guess Annette is trying to get herself sorted. So as soon as she does, well, we'll join her and find out exactly where she is. So let me just tell you the polling divisions again. I'm not going to tell you all the details, but just where the divisions are and the polling numbers. So you know these polling numbers have shifted. So you don't go there, right? And remember, if you don't have your voter identification card, that does not stop you from voting as long as your name is on the list. You just have to go to your polling division, check, and your presiding officer will allow you to cast your ballot. So don't be fearful. Don't start to panic now. And those of you who probably would have went to get your replacement cards, you probably have not gone back to your respective constituency office to get it. Probably what you may need to do when you get there, you could check in and see if it's there, and you probably would get it one time. So you kill two birds with one stone. So don't get too flustered and get all worked up, you know. There's always a solution around certain things. That's the best I can tell you. Right, make sure we keep the thing nice and clean today. We want no problems. Annette, you're there with me. If you're not, if you're hearing me, you need to put your microphone on. If you're hearing me. Well, we'll wait until we get ourselves connected to Annette. In the meantime, yes, let me give you the list of the names. So we're talking St. Andrew Southeast, we're talking St. Andrew Northeast, we're also talking St. David, the changes. So the polling division for St. Andrew Southeast, the changes were made to BO1 and B10, and the changes that were made in St. Andrews Northeast, polling division is DO3, and for St. David is FO1. The Tongue of St. George is GO5. St. George's Northwest is JO2. St. George's South, LO7. And St. John, MO7. St. Mark, NO3. And St. Patrick West, RO5. So these were the polling divisions that were shifted. So where you used to go before, you're not going there. We would have made the announcement as to where they are, which place you're going to, and all of that. You can't say we didn't warn on it today. We don't want nobody to get themselves in problem with the police. Remember, if you are caught breaking the rules, you could be charged. There are certain offenses you're charged $500 or 6 months in prison, or you could get both. And there's no ticketing. So it's not to say the police is going to charge you with a ticket and you could run and pay. You go straight, you're charged, and you go straight to court. So we don't want that happening to anyone. So let's leave the level of ignorance at home and let's just be cordial, relax, think, and go in there and do our thing. All right? I would love to take a break if we can, and then we could get back to Annette when the time arrives. I know they're probably busy moving up and about, but if we can take a break, can we take a break? We've been sharing the police rules all morning, so don't forget the rules. Don't go there with your red and green and yellow. Leave that probably on the side. So when you're 100 mark, if you have bushes there, you could put them in there until after. When 5 o'clock and the place closed, you could go back and pick up your things. That's for the celebration, whichever the way goes. Yep. So don't go creating problems in the place. We don't want the police to arrest anybody. And no consuming alcohol. Well, no selling of alcohol. So if you consume, you probably consume it in your house. But you cannot go out and consume alcohol or buy it to begin with. That's not allowed. It's illegal at this time. Alcohol sale will resume at 5 p.m. later on today. All right? Remember, you could also join us as well on GIS, the Government Information Service. And we're on Magic FM as well, on our Facebook page, and we're live on MTV. Those of you who are making this possible, we want to say a very special thank you as well to our reporters who are out in the field roving for the morning. We know it's a tedious task today, but nonetheless, we got to keep the nation informed. This is the day when people thirst for information and they want to know what's happening. So far, everything seems to be rolling smoothly. No reports of any major problems, no problems with the police, just a little minor long lines, and hopefully that could, iron out itself as the day progresses. So remember, the COVID positive people, don't worry. We have you covered. Just get up, put on your clothes, put on your mask, and you head down to your polling division and get yourself sorted. Don't join the line though. You check out your presiding officer, and they will take care of you. Make sure that you vote in quick time, and you could get to leave your polling station and head back home and continue that much needed rest. Later on this evening, we're going to be joined by our prospective team. Brenda Batiste is going to be the moderator, and she'll be joined by Christopher Diali and Byron Campbell. They're going to be dissecting the figures that will be coming in. Of course, you're going to get the figures in real time. So, in the various polling stations, once the ballots are counted and the results are available, it will be posted in real time. So, in less than no time, you should be ready to go. Yep. Right. And let's not forget the party colors. You're going to leave those at home. So we're still waiting to get our images from our roving camera personnel, Nikita Hoston, to see, what has been happening. We had some footage earlier on in Springs. We had some in the Limes. We saw a little bit of, chaoticness in the south with the long lines and so on. And the very good thing to note is that we would have noticed, and we heard some of the candidates talk about the marshals, the electoral marshals who've been taking care of the elderly. Yep, we cannot forget them. The elderly and the disabled. I've even noticed that at some polling divisions, they had catered for special lines, priority lines. So extra care has been given to the elderly, which is something that we have to also notice. Can't forget them. All right, so we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, hopefully we have our reporters to give us an update as to what's happening in their neck of the woods. So we're taking a break. We'll be back.
Well, it's for me, the disabled, so it worked all right for me, because I just get in and do my thing.
What time you came out this morning?
I don't care so long.
Well, there are a few minor glitches, as with everything else. When you have a lot of people, some persons are agitated, and there are always going to be little tensions. But for the greater part, everything is going quite well, quite smoothly. Okay. Well, the turnout for the earlier part is quite steady, and it's a lot, probably much more than we would have seen in previous elections. Persons wanting to come out early to vote, I believe, which is good. They heard our call to come out early, and so that we can have an early result, and get the celebrations going.
I've been here since 5 o'clock, and it was real hectic, but it was good. The turnout was good. I find it had plenty people. The turnout was good. It was good.
In actuality, this is not my polling station. I brought my mother here, who is an octogenarian. Yeah, she's already 80. At this part, I voted in LO7, which had a high concentration of people. The voter turnout was pretty high. There was a bit of confusion because of, one, you have a lot of people in the polling station, and then I think they did it in alphabetical order. And people were not aware. Everybody was just in a line, and who come first served. That was what they thought the process would be. So when I left, it was improving a little bit. But so the major hiccup is getting to the booth. But when you get into the booth, the process is extremely smooth. So I think I would just, ask people to be, very patient with it. It comes around once every 5 years, and I think it's going well. People are interacting, yellow, green, whatever it is. I think it's a historical day, and we have had fantastic weather so far. So I think it's a beautiful day and one for the books.
No issue. I come to vote and that is all. No complaint.
How do you find about the voter turnout?
Well, when I reached, there was quite a good turnout. And the other places I passed, especially in the Limes, I think something good is about to happen. All right, Donnie?
So when I got up, a lot of people were just crowded in one area. You didn't know where to go. Then sometimes you ask one of those in uniform, they tell you go one place. You stand up there for a long time. They call in one section going fast. The other section forever, you can't move. And so it was kind of, so some people was getting discouraged. But I decided I come to vote, I waiting to vote.
What time you came out this morning?
After 5, that wasn't good enough. In Sandino, it was better organized. I know why they couldn't use the whole building, the whole school, and organize so things could have gone faster.
The process going good for the time being, you understand what I mean? Everything going well. Well, they come out very happy and everybody come out in big numbers. You understand? Good to see that.
What time you came out this morning?
Well, I came out about 7 o'clock this morning. Yeah, and it's going pretty all right.
Yeah, it had a lot of people. And the line stayed a bit long.
Stepping off the plane, it's so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city has finally took its toll. And it's been so long, but I'm finally home. And what better place to rest my weary bones than on this beautiful island where there's so much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, yes. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, sweet Grenada. Yeah, this is home.
We are everywhere. Magic 88.9.
Hello.
Don't you dare touch the dial. Magic 88.9 FM.
We are on Magic 88.9.
Magic FM in Guam.
All you are great news, and that's great news for the whole of Grenada. I just walked the whole island with Liquor Radio, and I pick up Magic FM 88.9 right from the island. And that's not all, you know. You could get MTV on channel 18 on cable and channel 10 on Green Dot. But wait, you can also get MTV on channel 9 and 10 with just your regular TV with your rabbit's antenna.
So you mean I could get MTV anywhere in Grenada with all cable or Green Dot?
Yes, MTV extend the reach through the whole island.
Magic 88.9.
So firstly, I would like to show you a ballot. So this is what a ballot looks like. There are numbers. The ballot is made up of 3 components. This side here has numbers. It tells you which the constituency the ballot belongs to. Here, there is a corresponding number at the top here. And persons might be concerned, so the presiding officer makes his initial here, but there is also a number. So right here you're seeing that number, which corresponds to this number here. This portion of the ballot here remains in the ballot book, so it is torn off along this line. The ballot is folded from bottom to the top, from the bottom to the top. However, there is a writing here and a line that says do not fold beyond this line. So up to the point where the voter goes into the ballot booth to make his mark, he has the ballot folded. I'm going to fold it. The concern is with some persons whether or not you can tell who the ballot or for whom someone would have voted. It says do not fold beyond this line. So you get your ballot like this to go to the ballot booth. At the top, your number is still here. So you make your mark, it's folded and it's returned to the presiding officer in this fashion. Why? Because the presiding officer has to see his initials here to ensure that this is a ballot that was given to you by him. Once this is done, even at that point, there's a corresponding number here that's written in the poll book to know here's what I gave John Doe, ballot number 0056. So at this point, we can still know that this ballot belongs to John Doe. However, no one knows for whom he has voted. When the presiding officer collects this ballot, he has to tear off that portion. So at the end, we are left with 2 pieces. This is the upper portion of the ballot that is torn off with the number on it. So we have this number here. This portion is torn off with the presiding officer's initial. This is kept by the presiding officer. And all that goes into the box is this. There is no marking on this to be able to identify anyone. For whom you decide to cast your vote, you make your mark in that space here. So if you're voting for the triangle, you make your mark here. Some persons, again, might be looking for a box. We have promotion that is being done. Some of the candidates, when they do their flyers and so, they put a box and put an X inside the box. The law says you make a mark. It can be an X, it can be a tick, whatever, but preferably an X. But there is no box to look at to put your mark inside. So if you're voting for the triangle, you put your mark anywhere in that area. You're voting for this candidate, you put your mark in that area likewise. Again, this is what goes into the box. There is no identifying mark on this ballot. The only mark that's there is the mark that is put by the elector. This would have been folded, and after it has been folded, it would be handed to the voter, but before it is handed, that voter has to immerse his finger into the ink. Once the finger is inserted into the ink, then the ballot is handed to that voter who drops it into the box. Again, the box comes to the presiding officer with all the things that are necessary for polling on that day. It includes the list and all the other supplies that are needed. The box has to be emptied in the presence of everyone. Each candidate is going to have an agent present. Most of the times, the early voters also get the privilege of being there to see that the box is empty, the box is locked and put in a position where it can be visible to all. It's locked with a padlock, and once voting commences, that elector, after immersing his finger in the ink, gets his ballot to insert into the box. There is also a concern that persons have in terms of the security of the documents that have been given to the presiding officer. Because a presiding officer has the box at least 3 days before elections. So what can they do with the box? How are we certain that when I come to the polling station and I see a list that is put up there, how am I certain that this is the list where my name is, or if my name is not on the list? Can the presiding officer change the list? Can anything else be done? The office is aware of anything that can happen. Hence, we have implemented security measures to ensure that the authenticity of the documents that are there have been verified and authenticated. So for this, the candidates along with the agents, they have all been briefed already by the Parliamentary Elections Office. So they know what to look for, they know what to expect. In the ballot box also is a list like this. This tells the presiding officer, which also is shown to the agents, that your box also has seals. There are 3 seals that come in the box. The number of the seals are recorded. The agents are going to verify that the number of the seals that were received are the actual number that's recorded here. However, the list also that is supplied by us has a hidden security number which is covered by this special seal here. So this is a covering and it has to be scratched with a coin or something to reveal the number. So there is a number recorded behind this here. This again is only scratched on election day in the presence of the agents. So the presiding officers, they have their list and other things in the box. They know what the contents are, but nobody knows what the security number is. This is a number that's provided by us. And this number has to be revealed in the presence of the agents and those who are present for early voting. So again, the presiding officer has no idea what that number is. He has this number hidden here. He has this paper that lists the seal numbers and that hidden number. When they're about to commence voting, that number is that seal is scratched on the list, it is scratched on the paper, and they are compared. Once the numbers match, then you know that this is the list that is issued by the Parliamentary Elections Office for voting. Why did we go through that? The list is available for anyone. Even now as we speak, the machine is printing lists right now. Lists were printed before this final list was printed. So for persons who are unable to interpret the list because the list has a date, a printed date, most people aren't aware of this. So let's suppose a list that was printed last week before this final list, and the presiding officer has that list in his presence, he could easily switch the list in the box that was given to him 3 days before. So if your name appeared on that list within that claim and objection period, it meant that on that final list, your name would be there, but on the list prior to this, it wouldn't be there. So you show up on polling day and they can't find your name on the list. This is to authenticate. Here's what. So when you go to the polling station on election day and you see there's a list outside, you can look for that number, you can look for that seal here, because it is going to be there. And this is how you know that the list that is up there was a list that was given for voting day. That's the way we can authenticate this process, with this and the other and the list number that is matching here. When the polls close at 5 p.m., the presiding officer, along with the agents and those persons who are authorized to be in there, they are going to commence the count. There are some balancing of documents that has to be done. You have a number of ballot books, you account for everything. So on that day, I had 200 persons on my list. 150 persons came to vote. I was given 250 ballots. It therefore means that at the close of polls, I must account for my ballots. I was given 250 ballots, fine, 150 persons voted. I must have 100 ballots unused, providing that there has been no spoiled ballots. So again, if you go to make your mark and you realize when you came from there, you have a change of mind, you don't drop the ballot in the box. You tell the presiding officer, I think I may have spoiled my ballot. Can I have another one? The presiding officer now takes that ballot that you had, and it's a spoiled ballot. It never gets into the box. So you account for everything. So on polling day, 200 persons showed up, or let's use the number we're using, 150. 150 persons voted. It therefore means when you're counting, that's after you balance off everything, you should find 150 ballots in the box. You pour the ballot on the table in the presence of the agents and everyone. And you are counting now to make sure you have 150 ballots. The presiding officer then holds the ballot up and shows the ballot, one for the triangle, he shows it to all the agents. And these people are satisfied, yes, that's one for the triangle. It goes here. And we count, and they all have tally sheets where they can total up. So today we had 150 persons coming to cast their votes. We have 150 ballots in the box. Nothing can happen. We are very fortunate here that we can count at the close of polls. There are some countries where once the polls close, that's it, the box is transported and the count is done the final day. Nobody has any idea how much ballots in the box or what happened. We are so fortunate that we cook and we eat at the same time. We cast our votes, we count, we know the results there and then. And this ends the poll. And once this is done and all the numbers balance off, the presiding officer, therefore, then calls the results because he has to take the ballot box to the returning officer. The police moves along with them. But he calls the results, phone the returning officer and say, here's what, I have concluded my polling station and this is my count. 1 for the pentagon, 2 for the triangle, 4 for the rectangle. This results then gets put into an electronic system. You know, years ago, we were used to listening those things on the television and the radio. A01A, 6 for the triangle, 2 for the pentagon, 1 for the rectangle. And persons with a newspaper with that whole thing here are marking. Mind you, this process has been replaced by an electronic transmission. The system for transmitting doesn't do anything to the votes. So persons might believe, oh, well, they're showing the results online in an electronic computerized system. They can actual results that came from the polling station. We're just not using the radio for that. And in real time, so the presiding officer finishes, the polls close at 5, there was no one else in the line. We finished count at 5:40. By 5:41, the results for that polling station gets online in real time. We at the electoral office, you in the public, everyone gets the results at the same time. And if you can recall, previous election, by 6:30, the results were already known. This time around, the platform is going to be available again, and the results will be done live online in real time. From the close of polls, the results transmitted, and the results that are there. But note this, the first count on election night, this is just a preliminary result. It is not conclusive yet. Until the day after, that's the 24th, when the recount is done, then we can say, here's what, this is the final result. Because here's what, things can happen. Votes can change, which we don't expect, but it can happen. There's a possibility that there was some contention with a ballot, because in counting, if the agents are not satisfied, I don't think this person actually voted for the rectangle, and there is an issue, a note is taken, and when the recount is done, it's raised with the returning officer. So you may have 10 for the triangle and 9 for the square, polling night.
Well, it's from me,
All right, welcome back. We just took a little break so we could just showcase to you what some of the process and operations are like at the Parliamentary Election Office in preparation for elections. In case you're wondering, there's a lot of things behind the scenes that you don't really see, that if you see, it would kind of, clear up a lot of the misconceptions and the thoughts that you may have in your head. So we probably will get back to that video a little later on, but we have Annette Moore. She has Kate Lewis, who is the candidate on an NMP ticket. Annette, are you there with me? Annette, are you there with me? All right, we just are waiting Annette. She was just there with us. As soon as we get her, we will be able to join us. So as we were saying before we took the break, the Parliamentary Election Office they have a very hard, difficult task to prepare for a general election. It may look very easy, but from just looking at the videos, you can tell from the preparation of the ballot boxes to ensure that the elections is free and fair, which is what everybody or any electorate would want. Any registered voter would want to ensure that the process is fair and, of course, and it goes smoothly. with anything that you do, there will be little kinks in the system. So that's why you have the OAS mission and you have the CARICOM Observer mission, who will compile the report based on what they would have observed. That's why you call them observer missions. So they make the observance of whatever it is, and then they compile the report and they present it to the Parliamentary Election Office. So you know for the next time round, whatever observation that was made, it could be fixed. Right? So this is the purpose, and to ensure that the elections is free and fair. That is one of the reasons that you have observer missions. So in case you're wondering, you know, whether or not it's going to have, you know, ballot in the boxes already. Well, the only ballots in the boxes as of 6 a.m. would be the police officers who would have voted on Monday. The boxes are emptied, as you see in the demonstration. The presiding officers, they take control of them. The keys, well, they don't have the keys. So if you're wondering, well, they probably have the keys and they could do whatever they want. You see from the demonstration, they don't have the keys and the boxes are secured. You know, these boxes must be secured. So after today, and the ballots are removed and they're counted, the ballots are placed back into the box for recount the next day. So these are the things that we have to, you know, pay attention to, so you have a greater understanding as to the process. Right, a little later on, we're going to be getting a report from the town of St. George. The NDC candidate Claudette Joseph and the NMP candidate Peter David is on their way or heading to cast their ballot in the town of St. George. So we're going to be going there for a look at what's happening there shortly. So we can say probably a good maybe 50% of our candidates, those that we were able to get, have already cast their ballot. We have to also cross over in a short bit to Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We're going to be making the link with Royal Patterson. He's going to be joining Tevin Andrews, who is on the NDC ticket, and Kendra Maturin Stewart, who is running on the NMP ticket, and hoping that she can take the seat again, or does the swing goes the other way? Well, time alone will tell. If you're just joining us, we say welcome to MTV Live Election Microscope. We've been at this since morning. It's been a very tiring day for us all, but we are very loyal to our viewers and listeners, so we have to ensure that we keep you in the know, keep you informed, and share the information as much as possible. Those of you listening to us on Magic FM, we say kudos to you. Continue to listen. And those of you on Facebook, we say, once you're on Facebook, we say, welcome. If you're joining us for the first time, you're behaving real good today. Yep. Yeah, y'all will behave real good today. That's really good to see. Right? Remember, today is, at this particular time, no party campaigning. Yep. All right. No party campaigning now. You could go back to your campaigning at 5 o'clock when the polling station closes. So remember to follow all the rules. We shared them with you earlier in the day. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to our video that we were showing you with the Parliamentary Elections Office, because there's still some more that we had to add. We just took the break so we can catch the reports when they come in. So once the reporters give us the signal that they're ready to throw something our direction, we'll come back with you. But for now, we go and we take a little bit of our demonstration from the Parliamentary Elections Office.
Maximize your advertising dollar. Admire your growth. Only with MTV, Magic FM, and the Grenada Informer. Contact our marketing department on 440-8171 or 444-1413.
So firstly, I would like to show you a ballot. So this is what the ballot looks like. There are numbers. The ballot is made up of 3 components. This side here has numbers. It tells you which the constituency the ballot belongs to. Here, there is a corresponding number at the top here. And persons might be concerned, so the presiding officer makes his initial here, but there is also a number. So right here you're seeing that number, which corresponds to this number here. This portion of the ballot here remains in the ballot book, so it is torn off along this line. The ballot is folded from bottom to the top, from the bottom to the top. However, there is a writing here and a line that says do not fold beyond this line. So up to the point where the voter goes into the ballot booth to make his mark, he has the ballot folded. I'm going to fold it. The concern is with some persons whether or not you can tell who the ballot or for whom someone would have voted. It says do not fold beyond this line. So you get your ballot like this to go to the ballot booth. At the top, your number is still here. So you make your mark, it's folded and it's returned to the presiding officer in this fashion. Why? Because the presiding officer has to see his initials here to ensure that this is a ballot that was given to you by him. Once this is done, even at that point, there's a corresponding number here that's written in the poll book to know here's what I gave John Doe, ballot number 0056. So at this point, we can still know that this ballot belongs to John Doe. However, no one knows for whom he has voted. When the presiding officer collects this ballot, he has to tear off that portion. So at the end, we are left with 2 pieces. This is the upper portion of the ballot that is torn off with the number on it. So we have this number here. This portion is torn off with the presiding officer's initial. This is kept by the presiding officer. And all that goes into the box is this. There is no marking on this to be able to identify anyone. For whom you decide to cast your vote, you make your mark in that space here. So if you're voting for the triangle, you make your mark here. Some persons, again, might be looking for a box. We have promotion that is being done. Some of the candidates, when they do their flyers and so, they put a box and put an X inside the box. The law says you make a mark. It can be an X, it can be a tick, whatever, but preferably an X. But there is no box to look at to put your mark inside. So if you're voting for the triangle, you put your mark anywhere in that area. You're voting for this candidate, you put your mark in that area likewise. Again, this is what goes into the box. There is no identifying mark on this ballot. The only mark that's there is the mark that is put by the elector. This would have been folded, and after it has been folded, it would be handed to the voter, but before it is handed, that voter has to immerse his finger into the ink. Once the finger is inserted into the ink, then the ballot is handed to that voter who drops it into the box. Again, the box comes to the presiding officer with all the things that are necessary for polling on that day. It includes the list and all the other supplies that are needed. The box has to be emptied in the presence of everyone. Each candidate is going to have an agent present. Most of the times, the early voters also get the privilege of being there to see that the box is empty, the box is locked and put in a position where it can be visible to all. It's locked with a padlock, and once voting commences, that elector, after immersing his finger in the ink, gets his ballot to insert into the box. There is also a concern that persons have in terms of the security of the documents that have been given to the presiding officer. Because a presiding officer has the box at least 3 days before elections. So what can they do with the box? How are we certain that when I come to the polling station and I see a list that is put up there, how am I certain that this is the list where my name is, or if my name is not on the list? Can the presiding officer change the list? Can anything else be done? The office is aware of anything that can happen. Hence, we have implemented security measures to ensure that the authenticity of the documents that are there have been verified and authenticated. So for this, the candidates along with the agents, they have all been briefed already by the Parliamentary Elections Office. So they know what to look for, they know what to expect. In the ballot box also is a list like this. This tells the presiding officer, which also is shown to the agents, that your box also has seals. There are 3 seals that come in the box. The number of the seals are recorded. The agents are going to verify that the number of the seals that were received are the actual number that's recorded here. However, the list also that is supplied by us has a hidden security number which is covered by this special seal here. So this is a covering, and it has to be scratched with a coin or something to reveal the number. So there is a number recorded behind this here. This again is only scratched on election day in the presence of the agents. So the presiding officers, they have their list and other things in the box. They know what the contents are, but nobody knows what the security number is. This is a number that's provided by us. And this number has to be revealed in the presence of the agents and those who are present for early voting. So again, the presiding officer has no idea what that number is. He has this number hidden here. He has this paper that lists the seal numbers and that hidden number. When they're about to commence voting, that number is, that seal is scratched on the list, it is scratched on the paper, and they are compared. Once the numbers match, then you know that this is the list that is issued by the Parliamentary Elections Office for voting. Why did we go through that? The list is available for anyone. Even now as we speak, the machine is printing lists right now. Lists were printed before this final list was printed. So for persons who are unable to interpret the list because the list has a date, a printed date, most people aren't aware of this. So let's suppose a list that was printed last week before this final list, and the presiding officer has that list in his presence, he could easily switch the list in the box that was given to him 3 days before. So if your name appeared on that list within that claim and objection period, it meant that on that final list, your name would be there, but on the list prior to this, it wouldn't be there. So you show up on polling day and they can't find your name on the list. This is to authenticate. Here's what. So when you go to the polling station on election day and you see there's a list outside, you can look for that number, you can look for that seal here, because it is going to be there. And this is how you know that the list that is up there was a list that was given for voting day. That's the way we can authenticate this process, with this and the other, and the list number that is matching here. When the polls close at 5 p.m., the presiding officer, along with the agents and those persons who are authorized to be in there, they are going to commence the count. There are some balancing of documents that has to be done. You have a number of ballot books, you account for everything. So on that day, I had 200 persons on my list. 150 persons came to vote. I was given 250 ballots. It therefore means that at the close of polls, I must account for my ballots. I was given 250 ballots, fine, 150 persons voted. I must have 100 ballots unused, providing that there has been no spoiled ballots. So again, if you go to make your mark and you realize when you came from there, you have a change of mind, you don't drop the ballot in the box. You tell the presiding officer, I think I may have spoiled my ballot. Can I have another one? The presiding officer now takes that ballot that you had, and it's a spoiled ballot. It never gets into the box. So you account for everything. So on polling day, 200 persons showed up, or let's use the number we're using, 150. 150 persons voted. It therefore means when you're counting, that's after you balance off everything, you should find 150 ballots in the box. You pour the ballot on the table in the presence of the agents and everyone. And you are counting now to make sure you have 150 ballots. The presiding officer then holds the ballot up and shows the ballot. One for the triangle, he shows it to all the agents. And these people are satisfied. Yes, that's one for the triangle. It goes here. And we count, and they all have tally sheets where they can total up. So today we had 150 persons coming to cast their votes. We have 150 ballots in the box. Nothing can happen. We are very fortunate here that we can count at the close of polls. There are some countries where once the polls close, that's it, the box is transported and the count is done the final day. Nobody has any idea how much ballots in the box or what happened. We are so fortunate that we cook and we eat at the same time. We cast our votes, we count, we know the results there and then. And this ends the poll. And once this is done and all the numbers balance off, the presiding officer, therefore, then calls the results because he has to take the ballot box to the returning officer. The police moves along with them. But he calls the results, phone the returning officer and say, here's what, I have concluded my polling station and this is my count. 1 for the pentagon, 2 for the triangle, 4 for the rectangle. This results then gets put into an electronic system. You know, years ago, we were used to listening those things on the television and the radio. A01A, 6 for the triangle, 2 for the pentagon, 1 for the rectangle. And persons with a newspaper with that whole thing here are marking. Mind you, this process has been replaced by an electronic transmission. The system for transmitting doesn't do anything to the votes. So persons might believe, oh, well, they're showing the results online in an electronic computerized system, they can do what they want. The results that are displayed are the actual results that came from the polling station. We're just not using the radio for that. And in real time, so the presiding officer finishes, the polls close at 5, there was no one else in the line. We finished count at 5:40. By 5:41, the results for that polling station gets online in real time. We at the electoral office, you in the public, everyone gets the results at the same time. And if you can recall, previous election, by 6:30, the results were already known. This time around, the platform is going to be available again, and the results will be done live online in real time. From the close of polls, the results transmitted, and the results that are there. But note this, the first count on election night, this is just a preliminary result. It is not conclusive yet. Until the day after, that's the 24th, when the recount is done, then we can say, here's what, this is the final result. Because here's what, things can happen. Votes can change, which we don't expect, but it can happen. There's a possibility that there was some contention with a ballot, because in counting, if the agents are not satisfied, I don't think this person actually voted for the rectangle, and there is an issue, a note is taken, and when the recount is done, it's raised with the returning officer. So you may have 10 for the triangle and 9 for the square, polling nights, but the next day when you realize what's going on here, the numbers may change. One may go up or one may go down. When you look at it and you realize, here's what, this should be a rejected ballot because of whatever reason. So until the final count is done, which is done the following day, then the results are final. Again, we want to assure the public that there is no way someone can know for whom somebody voted, except in the case when an open vote is done. And there are conditions under which open votes can be done. Somebody comes in with somebody to assist them. A grandmother may come in with a grandson, and the grandson took the oath, I'm going to cast my vote for whom my grandmother says. But when the grandmother comes from the polling booth, something tells her, I'm not so sure my son actually voted for whom I wanted. So she can ask the presiding officer, can you verify that my grandson voted for the triangle? In a case like this, the presiding officer and all of the agents, everyone who is present there must witness. So it's not that the presiding officer say, yeah, he voted for the triangle, and you go, no, it's not like that. If the presiding officer sees it, all the agents see it also. But these people are under oath, and this is an open vote. And in a case like this, then everybody knows grandma really wanted to vote for the rectangle. This is the only circumstance where someone can know for whom somebody else voted. Again, the ballot goes in. The only mark on this is where you would have put your mark. There is absolutely no way. So the numbers on it here are going to be removed prior to inserting the ballot into the ballot box. The numbers are for a reference to know at the end, okay, if some matter arise, John Thomas actually came and vote. That's what. But we can't get into the box and says, John Thomas ballot is this ballot. Cannot happen. Nobody knows it. Maybe if you ask John the 2 days after for whom you voted, he might not even remember who he voted for. Right? So this is our ballot. Again, the list is authenticated by security numbers to make sure that the list that is used is the list that is issued by the Electoral Office. We have done all we can in our power to ensure that the elections are free and fair. And by no means less, the elections have always been free and fair. Contrary to what is being said out there, well, we're used to it in that time of the year, but we have done all that we can. And the explanation today, I hope it can ease your confusion and give you the confidence. The process is a free and fair process. We've addressed the concern that was there last election, and we've done 2 things for that. One, to ensure that the paper is of a very high standard. And secondly, the design of the ballot. I want to hold this ballot up again. Previously, the ballots were designed with the candidates, and also the candidates are arranged alphabetically, right? So there is no ballot to say, well, all of that particular party candidates are first or second or third. The ballot is designed and the candidates' names are arranged alphabetically. So there was a lot of space between here. This time around, the ballot, the names are dropped right down at the bottom, and it's done in light of ensuring that there are multiple folds so that by the time you reach to the top, even if you make your mark for the candidate who's right on top, there may be 2 or 3 folds before it reaches to the point where you have to stop beyond this line. So wherever your mark is going to be hidden a couple times with folds before you take it to the presiding officer. So this is going to add to the quality of the ballot. So the paper is of a high quality. I cannot tell you what the weight of the paper is, but I can also tell you, added to whatever the quality of the paper is the design of the ballot that ensures if you make your mark for your candidate right at the bottom, it might be folded 5 or 6 times before it gets to the top. So it is going to be concealed. However, in folding your paper and returning it to the presiding officer doesn't have to unfold your ballot. All he has to do is to ensure that you ink and tear off the counterfoil, the upper portion with the numbers and other things here. So he's not unfolding your ballot to look at the mark here. So this is what the process is all about. So we are quite satisfied that this time around, persons should not, again, we see what we look for, but persons should not have any complaints about the quality of the paper, nor people see who they make their mark for.
There was also a question about what's allowed into the booth with you.
Yes, thanks for that reminder. Upon entering the polling station, each of the presiding officers on their desk, they're going to have a container, and persons are supposed to not enter the polling booth with their mobile devices. So you're going to be asked to put your mobile device in that container on the table. It's going to be in full view of everyone. So you should not enter the polling booth with your mobile device, because taking photographs of your ballot is not permitted. We know with the technology, persons can have all kinds of devices to do whatever they're doing for whatever reason. Be it as it may, in an age of science and technology, it can work both ways. But here's what, you are not supposed to take photos of your ballot for any reason. And the location, the structure of the polling station is going to be designed in a way that is going to deter persons from even employing other means of being able to take photos. But you should not be entering there with your mobile device. The box has a place here for the padlock to go. The box is opened and persons can see it's empty. That's done on the day. The box then is closed. There is a lock on it. So in here, there is a lock that has to be only opened when the ballot box is open like this before the start of polls. This is unlocked, then your ballot box is open so the ballots can enter. The ballot box is covered down, and then the padlock goes on it, and it stays in the presence of everyone. There is a view here where the ballots can be inserted. So the ballots can be inserted here at the top. Once polling is closed, this is then shut. It cannot open unless the padlock is open. So this is shut, and the presiding officer now does his accounting. Once this is done, the only way he can get into the box is via the padlock. And once he opens the padlock, he empties the contents. Again, one thing I missed previously, after all the documents are counted, the tally is being done, the ballots and everything else is loaded back into the box. It is locked with a padlock, and it is also locked with a seal. Every seal has a number. The agents are going to record the number of the seal that is on the box. So the next day when the recount is to be done, the agents are going to ensure, yesterday the box left our presence with seal number 12345. When we are about to do the recount, I want to make sure that seal number 12345 is on the box before they open the box. This is the reason why the seals have numbers, but also on the form that is given, the number of the seals are there for the agents to record. So they know definitely we come back for the recount, and this is the seal that's on the box. We are certain that nobody tampered with the box, because a padlock could be opened and closed multiple times. But the seals are not reusable seals. Once they are put on, they must be cut to be removed. No seals have duplicate numbers. Every seal has its own number. So this again is to ensure that no tampering has been done. The agents are our chief watchers to ensure that the process goes on nicely. And the electoral office didn't just say, here's what, you can, candidates, you can submit agents. But we went into ensuring that the agents actually know what their responsibilities are, know what powers they have, what authority they have. They can question the presiding officer. So everybody knows what their responsibility is and the legal framework within which they can work. And this guarantees us a free and fair process. The ballot boxes are packed at the electoral office, our office, and upon the day that is prescribed when the presiding officers are going to collect the boxes are transmitted or transported to the returning officer's office, where each person comes to collect his or her box. Upon collecting the box, that person has to keep the ballot box in safekeeping. Unfortunately, we don't have the manpower to be able to police every ballot box from the time they received it until election time. So the onus is on the presiding officers, who have been briefed already. We have spent some time working with them in terms of securing the ballot boxes. However, at all times, the ballot boxes are going to be locked, and we depend upon them, and what should I say? They would employ security measures to ensure that the ballot box is in safekeeping. We have never had instances before where upon election day, a ballot box was not being able to be presented. And we don't foresee any of this happening now. Nonetheless, security measures have to be put in place by the presiding officers once the box is in their custody. That's as much as I could say on this. And again, we want to assure the public that every measure has been put in place to ensure the secrecy of the ballots, and also the free and fair process is going to be achieved. We work along with our agents again and our presiding officer and poll clerks, and we ask them to be vigilant. Everything is going to be done according to the law, and we don't expect anything unfamiliar on that day. We know what citizens expect. We know persons might be on edge, some persons might be anxious, but you just go there, you follow directions, you follow the instructions given, you cast your ballot, you leave the polling station, and you wait for the results. It's going to be available on your mobile device, it's going to be available on the TV, radio, wherever, and you do your celebrating after, whichever side you're on. That's it from me.
All right, welcome back. This is your election microscope on MTV. We're actually live on MTV and also on Magic FM, those of you on our social media platform. We also have now, we're going to be joined Kelvin Frederick, who we spoke to earlier. Kelvin, how are you?
Hi, Kishan. Not bad. Thanks again.
All right, what's happening? Where are you at now?
All right, so I'm in the Concord area. That's MO5. And before I came to Concord, I made two other stops. That's one at Loreto in St. John, and the other was at the Roman Catholic School in St. John likewise. The voter turnout, people are there. They are waiting patiently. And it was in some cases, some of the polling divisions, it's like seamless, and in others, it's a little bit slow in some of the other polling stations. However, the persons whom I spoke with, they are all, eager to vote, and I find, some of the agents, are not willing to speak, and that's especially those from the main opposition, National Democratic Congress. They were not that willing to speak. I must also report that there were reports of some incidents whereby some people were telling people that the names are not on the list. I could tell you, for example, in Loreto, a family member had to carry his son his son was told that his name is not on the list, and that was done by who as a supporter of the main opposition party, and so they had attempted to actually get the police involved. In fact, the police officer and so were notified about it. In the other area by the Roman Catholic School area, a male figure was within the 100 yards, and he was behaving in a somewhat disorderly manner, and people had to threaten to call the police. He eventually left, but all in all, the climate is peaceful, and people are, coming out to exercise their rights. And so I'm about heading back up to St. Mark, where I just learned that Dr. Modest Cohen, her team is already preparing some major surprise. I hope that we're going to actually carry this one live. I now have the Zoom link, Kishan. So that promises to be something rather exciting. So as I said, I'm in Concord, and I am going to head straight up to St. Mark, where persons has just told me, they just told me on my phone that I should really go back up to St. Mark, because something big is expected to take place up there within the next half an hour.
Forward to hearing from you in St. Mark when you get there. And I do think, I remember in 2018, St. Mark was one of the very early seats to be declared. But let's wait and see. But when you get there, we'll check in with you. And should there be anything further developing, you check in on us.
You are very correct. In 2018, Dr. Modest had declared just around midday. She was one of the first persons, I think, after Dr. Mitchell or before Dr. Mitchell, to actually declare. But, I do agree, I will get there safely, and then we are going to see what's unfolding. I guess your viewers might be eagerly waiting to see what's happening from the Sunset City.
Well, we will catch up with you. All right, that was Kevin Frederick bringing us up to speed with his location. He's been traversing the St. John, St. Mark area. So he's now heading back to St. Mark. He was located in Concord a while ago. He's heading back up to St. Mark, where he expects, according to his sources, that something big is about to happen. So hopefully we can make the connection and the link with him when he returns to St. Mark. All right, so there you have it. You heard all the summary that he gave in terms of what's happening and so on. We want to make sure that we keep this very peaceful. You heard the rules from the Royal Grenada Police Force earlier this morning as to some of the do's and don'ts, what you can do, what you should not do. Remember, the 100-yard is your mark. If you want to go to cast your ballot, then you enter into the 100 mark. And if not, you have to remain behind the 100 mark. And there is no loitering that should be allowed, or is allowed, rather, at the various polling divisions. You go, you cast your ballots, and you remove yourself from the area to allow other people. You can't hold lines, so you can't go into the line and cast your ballot and then go back into the line to wait for someone else. So you have to remember all of these things. So either way, whichever political party, whichever one you're going to support, we want to make sure that we keep it clean. It's not a day to campaign. It's not a day for you. If you want to wear your party t-shirt, well, you'll have to wait inside. But you cannot be seen out on the road. And it's one of the areas that the authorities have been clamoring for in the lead up to today all week, saying that on this day, there'll be no sale of alcohol. So you could just imagine, you see Pandaman be even bad if he was drinking alcohol now. Even more problems. But nonetheless, we have to keep it very tight, very clean. We know the anxiety is going to build. It is now just after midday, so you could say half of the day is gone. So a lot of us is probably even going to be waiting in higher anxiety, more than you were this morning, hoping that something somewhere is going to come on the horizon. Remember, if you have to listen to any sort of information, you want to take it from credible sources. You know, at this time, all sorts of things could go flying all over the social media. So you want to ensure that you take your information from credible sources to avoid yourself from, sharing things that are not the truth. And if you have not gone to the polling stations just yet, remember you're not allowed to go in there with your cellular phone. You're supposed to put it in a container that is made available to you. So you need to do that. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a small break. When we come back, we have to get in connection with Peter David in the south and Claudette in the town of St. George. And also we head back to Carriacou to see what's happening there with Roy Patterson. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
Well, it's for me, the disabled, so it worked all right for me. Because I just get in and do my thing.
What time you came out this morning?
I don't care so long.
Well, there are a few minor glitches, as with everything else. When you have a lot of people, some persons are agitated, and there are always going to be little tensions. But for the greater part, everything is going quite well, quite smoothly. Okay. Well, the turnout for the earlier part is quite steady, and it's a lot, probably much more than we would have seen in previous elections. Persons wanting to come out early to vote, I believe, which is good. They heard our call to come out early, and so that we can have an early result, and get the celebrations going.
I've been here since 5 o'clock, and it was real hectic, but it was good. The turnout was good. I find it had plenty people. The turnout was good. It was good.
In actuality, this is not my polling station. I brought my mother here, who is an octogenarian. Yeah, she's already 80. At this part, I voted in LO7, which had a high concentration of people. The voter turnout was pretty high. There was a bit of confusion because of one, you have a lot of people in the polling station, and then I think they did it in alphabetical order. And people were not aware. Everybody was just in a line, and who come first served. That was what they thought the process would be. So when I left, it was improving a little bit. But so the major hiccup is getting to the booth. But when you get into the booth, the process is extremely smooth. So I think I would just, ask people to be, very patient with it. It comes around once every 5 years, and I think it's going well. People are interacting, yellow, green, whatever it is. I think it's a historical day, and we have had fantastic weather so far. So I think it's a beautiful day and one for the books.
No issue. I come to vote and that is all. No complaint.
How do you find about the voter turnout?
Well, when I reached, there was quite a good turnout. And the other places I passed, especially in the lines, I think something good is about to happen. All right, Donnie?
When I got up, a lot of people were just crowded in one area. You didn't know where to go. Then sometimes you ask one of those in uniform, they tell you go one place. You stand up there for a long, long, long time. They call in one section going fast, the other section forever, you can't move. And so it was kind of, so some people was getting discouraged. But I decided I come to vote, I waiting to vote.
What time you came out this morning?
After 5, that wasn't good enough. In Sandino, it was better organized. I know why they couldn't use the whole building, the whole school, and organize so things could have gone faster.
The process going good for the time being, you understand what I mean? Everything going well. Well, they come out very happy and everybody come out in big numbers. You understand? Good to see that.
What time you came out this morning?
Well, I came out about 7 o'clock this morning. Yeah, and it's going pretty all right.
Yeah, it had a lot of people. And the line stayed a bit long.
Stepping off the plane, it's so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city has finally took its toll. And it's been so long, but I'm finally home. And what better place to rest my weary bones than on this beautiful island where there's so much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting. There's no end in sight, just the beginning of our lives. Sweet Grenada, this is home, yes. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight, just the beginning of our lives. Sweet Grenada, this is home, home, home. Sweet Grenada, yeah, this is home.
We are everywhere. Magic 88.9.
Don't you dare touch the dial. Magic 88.9 FM.
We are on Magic 88.9.
Magic FM in Guam. Oh yeah, great news, and that's great news for the whole of Grenada. I just walked the whole island with Liquor Radio, and I pick up Magic FM 88.9 right from the island. And that's not all, you know. You could get MTV on channel 18 on cable and channel 10 on Green Dot. But wait, you can also get MTV on channel 9 and 10 with just your regular TV with your Rabbit's antenna.
So you mean I could get MTV anywhere in Grenada with all cable or Green Dot?
Yes, MTV extend the reach through the whole island. Magic 88.9.
COVID-19 spreads from person to person through the droplets that are produced when someone coughs or sneezes, which makes it easy to spread between people in close contact. Now let's get prepared to stay healthy.
To reduce your chance of catching or spreading COVID-19, practice these simple everyday preventative measures. Droplets can also land on surfaces, so ensure that you wash your hands frequently for a minimum of 20 seconds or sing the happy birthday song twice. Avoid touching your face, especially your eyes, nose, and mouth. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with an alcohol content between 60 and 90%. 70% is ideal.
When you cough or sneeze, cover your nose and mouth with a flexed elbow or a tissue. Dispose of the tissue immediately and then wash your hands. If you notice someone has a fever and cough or other symptoms of respiratory illness, avoid close contact when possible. Let's all do our part to ensure that each and every Grenadian remains healthy. Our health is our collective responsibility.
All right, welcome back. You're watching the Elections Microscope here on MTV and also on Magic FM. We're getting a little closer into narrowing down our morning broadcast, but that does not mean it's the end. So don't go getting worried and see how we're leaving all your hands down. Yep, we kind of had to replenish ourselves to make sure that we maintain the energy level for a little bit later on. We're supposed to have an interview with Philip Tellisford. He's actually the candidate contesting against Gregory Boeing in St. George Southeast. Yeah, we had an interview with Gregory Boeing earlier this morning. Philip Tellisford is one of the new candidates contesting on the NDC ticket, of course. We were hoping to get ourselves connected with Raul Patterson again, but that does not seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. It's half of the day. Things are kind of winding down a little bit. It's just a couple of hours remaining before the polls close at 5. So I think it's safe to say that we did just by sharing information this morning. We just want to remind you that the polling station closing at 5. If it is when you get to the polling station, once you see the police behind the line, then you know polling station is closed. They would not be accepted into the line, but once you're in the line before 5, and once you're in the line by 5, you will be allowed to proceed into the polling station to cast your ballot. But anything outside of that, that is going to be a no-no. Well, you'll have to catch the train in the next 5 years. You'll have yourself to blame. If you would have left the line because you thought you were waiting for too long, maybe you want to make a tap back and see if you would get through this time. We do hope that the situation in St. David has subsided and that persons are getting the opportunity to move a little quicker. And everything else that goes with it, remember there's no campaigning that should be taking place. Remember the do's and don'ts. We went through the margins and so on earlier. We look at the results from 2018. If you want to look at the results yourself and you also want to follow the ballots being counted later on when the polls close at 5, you can go on to PEO Grenada, that is peogrenada.org, and you will be able to view the result in real time if you're on the road or whatever you're doing, and you can compare 2018 to what's going to happen in 2022. Hopefully, probably later on, we'll get to find out what's the big surprise in St. Mark. Kevin Frederick is on his way to St. Mark, so hopefully by now and then we should get an insight as to what's happening there. We can say that now a seat is going to be declared. We know last year that was one, not last year, in 2018, it was one of the first seats to be declared in 2018. Would that happen again this time around? Only time will tell. What's the big surprise? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, we got to say goodbye from this leg of the broadcast. We'll see you again a little later once we get more information and collate all the rest of the information for you. So on behalf of the technical team, this is where we say goodbye for now, but you can stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back a little later.
Well, going around, you can see a lot of people came out this morning to vote, and to exercise their rights, and that is always a good thing. Like this is a right that have been fought for by our foreparents. Some died for it, and it's good to see that some of us are really exercising that right. So it was good, and it's still going on, and I love the atmosphere, to be honest, and it's an encouraging one. So I'm just going around to all the different polling divisions, just observing the process and making sure everything is okay.
We have people complaining about the process itself,
It's slow.
and it's very slow and tedious, and I see a lot of people going back,
Right.
turning back. What is your advice to these people now? I mean, we still have up to 5 o'clock.
Right. Now, don't get frustrated. Don't let that deter you. We have, I don't want to campaign, but it is your right, and please exercise your rights to vote.
And finally, how do you feel personally? How's it feeling for you today? Are you nervous? Are you
No, I'm not.
excited, or-
I'm not nervous. I just want to make sure everyone go out and vote, because I know once everyone go out and vote, victory is ours. So that's it.
This is a message from the Parliamentary Elections Office on the voter identification card. Voters are reminded that they are expected to present their voter identification card on election day. Those who have not replaced their card can present their expired ID with the expiry date, January 31st, 2020. A registered voter who is unable to produce his or her voter identification card shall be given a ballot paper once he or she satisfies the presiding officer that he or she has not been issued with an identification card, or that he or she has been issued with an identification card which is lost or destroyed. Registered voters who have not collected their cards are asked to do so in person before election day to avoid delay on polling day. A message from the Parliamentary Elections Office. This is a message from the Parliamentary Elections Office on safety on Election Day. As we all go out to cast our ballots on Election Day, let us be aware that COVID-19 is still around. Therefore, we are encouraged to protect ourselves and others by wearing our masks and washing or sanitizing our hands as we enter the polling station. For individuals who have tested positive for COVID-19, please contact your returning officer before Elections Day to make proper arrangement to vote within the rules and reduce the risk of spreading the virus. A message from the Parliamentary Elections Office. This is a message from the Parliamentary Elections Office on the demonstration on marking the ballot. In the sample ballot seen here, 3 candidates are named along with their addresses and occupations. Next to each candidate's name is his or her symbol. A voter is expected to place his or her mark in the open space next to the symbol of his or her chosen candidate. If a voter makes a mistake while marking the ballot paper, he or she can return to the presiding officer and ask for a new ballot paper. Remember, the casting of your ballot is secret. Therefore, no one will know the candidate you voted for. A message from the Parliamentary Elections Office.
Lydia Cecilia Charles Williams of Upper Depretin Street, Grove, St. John, who resided in Canada, passed away on Wednesday, 18th May 2022 in Canada at the age of 60. She was the wife of Stanley Williams, mother of Simone and Cale Charles and Tricia Williams in Canada, stepmother of Nisha, Nyron and Shane, adopted daughter of Jasmine Lewis, also known as Nanny, grandmother of Kalishi Charles, Nehemiah, Josiah, Ezekiel and Sarah in Canada, sister of her twins Cynthia Fleming, Claudette Pisedy, Kathleen, Jennifer and Barbara Collins in Grenada, June Gay Lamoth, Deborah Birch and Kelvin Lewis, also known as Boggy in Canada, Suzanne Charles and Michael Charles in the USA, aunt of Ashley Charles Myers, Tayiba Yates, Idris and Ibrahim Birch, Stephen and Kerry Lamoth,